Cola Original Intense. Right? I normally don't buy this because it's more expensive. This time, it was cheaper. I think I had it once before, though, and I actually didn't like it compared to the original. But I'm willing to give it a second shot. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I just had COVID, you know? Maybe I couldn't taste right. About the paranoia. Anybody had like a... I just can't taste my food like normal. It must be COVID. I mean, it definitely smells more intense. I don't know how to feel about it. It's not bad. It's like more intense flavor, but at the same time, it then loses its subtlety. I don't know. Who can I complain? How can I complain? It was cheaper. I'm okay with that. That's the most important part, isn't it? Okay, I had some inspiration today, and I wanted to work on item slotting. And that's like getting an item close to like a slot that it can go into while you're holding it, and it slots into that place. And I see this being I see there being two routes that we can do with this, and I think we can do both, to be honest. We can do one where you have to fit the item perfectly in the hole. And a good example of that would be in our testing map, which right now we have that set up, but it doesn't have like any system behind it, any checker. And that would be here. Like imagine that there's like a slot here and you can throw it in and it would check if the mesh was fully in that slot. And if it was, then it would perform some output. That's one thing. The second option, I was trying to think of what game reminded me of having this, and it was actually Borderlands 4, which had the automatic slotting, which if you can imagine, like you have a slot, and then you have a slightly larger collider, like a sphere. And when the item gets into that sphere, when it starts that overlap, it just automatically grabs that item and interps or lerps it into the slot position. And then once it's, finished that lerp, it fires some gameplay code and you're good to go. The problem that I found with Borderlands 4, I was thinking like, okay, they had this. They didn't use this at all for any emergent gameplay. Like it was there, they spent so much time making it and it looked nice, and then it had absolutely no purpose to the larger gameplay apart from looking nice. And I feel like that's such a missed opportunity. And we should incorporate that into our game, or into our toolkit, because I think that there's a lot of emergent opportunity with being able to throw items and having them auto slot into things, or test if they are properly in a slot. Tons of opportunities for that. So we're not going to let that pass us up. How do I want to set this up? Let's write a little bit of design for this. We have item slotting, we're just going to call it that for now. And there's two types. There is manual slotting and auto slotting. Manual slotting is going to require the player to place item in specific slot. Test if item is fully in slot. Now, the interesting aspect of this is that we actually have the vectors that correspond to the boundaries of the item, which means we can fully test if the item is in that slot or not, right? Think of this, for example. I think we still draw our debug coordinates, right? No, yes we do. So imagine this. And I'll fix it up here. In the hole, we can test if these all 8 corners of the mesh are properly within that slot. And we can do that either with like a collider that is exactly matching the mesh bounds, which again, we can also create, or one that is slightly bigger than that, which I think will be very easy to scale up once we have that mesh made. So we can just take this, scale it up by, let's say 10-15%, and check if the C4 is in there. And if so, we're good. We're golden. So I think that's very easy to do. How you doing, Hogan? Happy Tuesday. Test if item is fully in slot. We have all 8 bound vectors. Scale up bounds by 10 to 20%. I'm thinking 10 to 15 is going to be closer. And check if vectors within. And then what I think we can do is we can just auto we can either do a callback. I think better is just to do callback, success, and failure. Or we can just tick if it's actually in there fully. Tick if fully in. Update material for now. On a different game, but I have no idea how to blueprint it. Thinking of just mismatching it from tutorials online, but I feel it'd be better with a programmer who understands blueprints. What is your game idea? It's a fully simulated, fully destructible, real 1-to-1 scale MMORPG set in the real world with 100,000 players per server. I hope to God it's not. I know you enough to know that you would never do that. But I hope that you don't. What's up, Anomalies? How's your Tuesday? Top-down ARPG where you play as a ball destroying other shapes. Top-down ARPG. If you're not against, and I wouldn't be, using a template, I think there's a top-down template for UE. I can see everything Epic makes, right? Let me find. Dial, no. Okay, but this is old, isn't it? This ARPG template. 427. This one would be free, but it's 427. You know, and to be fair, I think that some things might translate over just fine to 5.0. The only thing that might definitely break would be like input actions, but that's pretty easy to fix up. It's just that's so old. Do I have anything? Fuck off. I don't want to log in right now. I don't remember my password. What is something bad? No, it's just old. It's not 5.0, you know? I know there's a really nice like RTS camera. Wonder if I can find that. Who's this one? No, no, there was one in C++. Because that could be used to make it. Fuck, I'd have to log in. I'd have to log in. But I think it's very doable. I mean, you could always just take the like the third-person camera and set it to be more top-down. Plain as a ball, though. I think there's some good tutorials about how to rotate a ball with input like that. I've never done it personally. Skill system. Oh shit. Yeah, skills. Well, if you get hardcore, you could go into gas, but that's pretty complex. What are we working on today? We are working on item slotting. So there's two types of slotting. There's like manual slotting where you have to put the item in a specific location, and we need that location to know that you've put the item in there. The other one is to determine if the item is within range of slotting and then just automatically grab it from you and lerp it or f-interp it into the slot. Pretty easy stuff. I don't imagine it would take us more. I mean, we're breaking this up into half days, so I don't know if it'll take us half of today and half of tomorrow, or we can finish it up pretty quickly. I don't see any major risk factors here, especially because we have all of the info that we already need. I don't think a box collider. Instead, I'm going to use the mesh itself to draw the bounds, which we already have, and then scale them up by like 10-15% for manual slotting, and then use probably just a sphere collider to do the auto slotting. We just need to make sure that it works with our existing grab system. That'll be the only challenge. Auto slotting. Same as manual, but uses sphere collider to auto grab item or pull from air. F-interp or lerp into slot. Event on end. That's pretty much it. Auto slotting should be a little bit easier just because we just run the timeline. Sounds like something I've seen late at night. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. Like, we already have the grab system and everything, so we just need the auto slot to grab this from the player. And then auto slot it in, or in this case, we just take the existing, take the existing 8 vectors that we already have and determine if they're within a collider box. Should be easy. I saw, by the way, I saw 2 boars fighting this morning, and the city police just following in a vehicle, and I guess making sure that people don't get hurt, which is, I won't say it's a common sight here in Silesia. It is not a rare sight to just wake up and see boars out in the middle of the city. We don't even need a set rotation transform. That's even more complex than what we need to do. It'll be really, really simple. But I want to set this up right. We need a blueprint. Do I make 1 or do I make 2? Do I make one or do I make two? Easier to be two. Well, I mean, the underlying code of it is very similar, but... Or the underlying premise, but the underlying code is different, is what I mean. The underlying premise is very similar, but we don't need to check if a mesh is within the boundaries of a specific extent in order to do auto slotting. We only need that for manual slotting. And I don't think they would share much other than maybe I could just share a BPI or component if we really want. But I don't see a need to use a component when we could just use an interface. We need this toolkit to be really solid. That's why I'm thinking so much about it, is because I don't want to... This is not prototype. Yes, the first iteration can be prototype, but I need this to be as solid and stable as possible because this is a toolkit, not a prototype, not a game proto. And you keep that in mind. Toolkit, not a proto. Let's make a BPI for this. BPI item slot. I know we'll need some BPI calls for items themselves for interactables. Should this be an interactable or grab drop item? All item pickups are grab drop items. All grab drop items are interactables. Not all interactables can be picked up or grabbed, so they wouldn't count in this case, but all grab drop items should. I could put it in grab drop item. BPI grab drop item, we want get main mesh. Get vector bounds. For sure, those. We implement that on the component level, which I think should be fine. These both need outputs too. Should be safe to use a hard object reference in this case. This will just keep a vector array. I don't think there's any need to map this out, since we don't really care which vector is which in this case. We only just care whether or not they are grabbed and succeed. And there's always going to be 8 of them, so that's a knowable thing. Get owner. Get component by class. We'll need the scale of it too, or I could return the whole transform, but I think just the scale might be good. Because we'll need to know the scale. I don't know if get world scale or get local scale is going to return the right info here. Static mesh object reference actor object. What would I need from this? Honestly, I think I should just switch that to a component object reference. Which, I mean, if we can grab the scale from that, then do I really need to poop out the scale? Probably not. Let's not poop out the scale. Okay, that'll work. That will work. Get vector bounds. I kind of want to store these. And we basically just need these axis locations. So we have all 8 of them. I'm just wondering if at any time those might change. Well, we ran this on tick and this was fast. I mean, vector math is generally pretty fast for modern CPUs. I think we could set this anytime the player picks up the item and it should be just fine. But I don't know if I want to store it specifically on the grab drop item itself. It isn't very much info, it's just 8 vectors. Or we throw it on the component. I think I'm going to throw it in the component for now. No, it should be fine. We can refactor it if needed. I'm just thinking like, okay, what if you have like an item and it like breaks after you throw it, then we need to update the vector bounds again. But it's like, okay, we can just call it, it's just gonna, we need to like think of all the points where we might need to run that update again. Just thinking ahead, you know? But it should be okay. It should be okay. Okay, we need to replace this with our get owner. Get component by class. Static mesh component. Do a validity check. If is valid, set to a local variable. Otherwise, we just return. And we'll make sure to do a check if the vector bounds is actually a full array. Otherwise, we'll just exit out to avoid errors. Okay, we need the other 4. Look similar, but are different. Probably. They are in some way different. I think it's actually just, we're just flipping the min and the max. I think that's literally it, which probably we could just solve that with a select node, but you know, whatever. Whatever. How do we want to do this? I'm going to do it in a really stupid way. But I actually don't think it's that stupid at all. Because we know there's only ever going to be 8 of these. I don't even think there's any reason to add unique. We can just add. Honestly, that should do it. That should do it. What's next? What's next? We have our bounds. We need to tell them when to update. And we're going to put that update right now on We could probably throw the first one on begin play, but I'm not sure if the component has to have the main actor initialized, so that should never fail. That'll do the first one, and then we could throw another one on pickup. If we want to throw a call in here, we can. Updated vector bounds, and then in BP grab drop item we could set up a binding for that. Okay, create event. Beautiful. Let's finally go over to the slot. Or we need a BP for it first. We need an actor. BP item slot. I'll make a parent for it, and we can just shove the BPI in the parent, because maybe there are some overarching things that we want to put here, and it'd just be easier to create them in one than create them in two, so why not? Especially like some dispatchers would be nice. And then we'll do BP item slot manual. I don't need a function in there right now. We know for sure we could probably put some core info in the BP item slot, like the item that we actually want to check for, and that would be a grab drop item. any reason we can't make it a class reference? Yeah, we'll need to pull in the actual item information. When do we need this though? We need this for... We need this for drawing the mesh bounds. And, you know, if we like show a little... If we want to show like a little helper, like a little, I don't know, transparent green version of the mesh itself, then we obviously need to know the mesh. I don't like working with soft objects, but I probably should here. But I could refactor it later. I want to get it working first. I want to get it working first. I feel like that needs to be a class. Because otherwise we don't know what we're grabbing. Yeah, it needs to be a class. We can always store the object or any other information temporarily. This definitely does not need to be ticking either. Item slot as well probably should inherit from interactable. Let me reparent. 100% that should be inheriting from interactable. And then we can make a new data table for this. Let me jump back over to the other map to test because it's just smaller. Yeah, toolkit. And we'll start with the C4 because the C4 is just really easy and it's right fucking here, so. And these are just temporary strings. Obviously, we want to do proper string tables, which we could refactor if we wanted to, maybe sometime this week. But we'll do a quick rename. Otherwise, it'll just get out of hand. Okay, let's go. C for receptacle. Did I spell receptacle right? I think it's receptacle. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Receptacle. Looks like some C4 would fit in it. Isn't that crazy? Teehee. Blueprints, item slot. Let's throw this down. Why didn't I expose the interactable ring? Oh yeah, because I was making it separately. I know why that was like that. Do I? Oh yeah, I do know why. I'll just make a separate one. I'll just make an override like we do for drag drop items. Okay, tooltip. What did I call the default one? Oh, it's still called tooltip ID. We probably should fix that. It should be the other way around. Okay, number one, that should work. Beautiful. Item to test for. Needs to be instance editable. And I think we'll do that on construction script. If item to test for is valid class. Take main mesh. Can I even get a component in the class that we're looking for? Find the first actor of the world. How can I load that in construction and grab the information from that? Can I even do that? Can't like do a blueprint call. I don't even know if that's possible. don't think it would be. I could get the defaults. Can't spawn actors in construction. What I could do though is I could create... I can create components. We add a child actor component. Set the child actor class. This is if this even works, this is gonna be a really backwards way to do it, but it probably would work. Child services have entered the room. No, hold on. It's not what you think. Epstein actually hated me. Check his emails. If we grab the actor itself, child actor, get child actor, that should be an actor reference, right? Object reference, and then we can call get main mesh. If that's valid, set the static mesh equal to the main mesh. Does this even fucking work? Oh wait, this is a object, this is a component. There's no way, right? I tried dragging it and it froze. Yeah. Probably because it was trying to make it multiple times. We can tell it not to do that, by the way. We can tell it not to. I just didn't do that. That was my bad. Oopsies. I forget how, but we can tell it to run that only once. Run construction script on drag false. I don't know if that'll run it only on end though. But again, I also don't know if this will work. Oh, okay, that crashed it too. Which specific part of this is crashing it? Not that. Is it the message? No. Well, must be this then. Or not. Somehow it's magically not crashing now. Okay. Weird. Because I don't think it's calling the construction script. Oh no, it is. Not valid. Hmm. It's not like it's a complicated call. And I mean, this parent, this grab drop item, always has a static mesh component. I don't know why it would fail. That's weird. Maybe it's because it isn't like added as a. I don't know. Maybe it's just like fucked up. Let me see. Let me try adding the component. Attach component to component. Parent. Target. Manual attachment. Snap, snap, snap. Still fails. Okay, backup option. Okay. Okay. Do we need this? No. Make this look a little bit better then. I want to make sure on construction script we take main mesh, get children components, for each destroy component. We want to remake that each time. And of course then at the end of this, so we can do like a sequence here if we want. Let's make sure to take the child actor and destroy it too. We're just using it to grab the information and change the mesh, and that should change now if we change the item to test for. Yes, indeed. However, instead of this, well, I think this is okay for now. What I want to do is put a... I want to take material and do MI item slot. And we're going to use this material and we have to assume that the static meshes are going to have multiple material slots. So let's see, material. Get number of materials. Do a for loop. Get material by index. Wait, can I just set material with the element index? set it to item slot. Okay, okay. I didn't even think that it would combine them like that, but I actually kind of like the result. It's probably not the most friendly shader, since translucent shaders tend to be a bit angy, let's say. But I think Rex would have some ideas of how we can optimize that. We for sure could bind, because it's a drag drop item, it's an interactable, we have the, number one, it's not going to tick. And number two, we could tell it to only draw this when the player is in range. So we'd be able to limit the negative impact of that. But I mean, right now, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And shader complexity is also not the most reliable optimization view mode. Not always, at least. Okay, fantastic. That's huge. That's big. I kind of wanted, okay, so we have the vector bounds on the drag drop. I want to show the testing range in editor though. So I think we need to add a collider. We need to add a box collider equal to the bounds of the mesh, scaled by like 10 to 15%, or through some custom amount, which that's easy to do. Yeah, we just need to do. We have the main mesh. We have the mesh itself now. Let's see here. How are we drawing the proper box extent the other day? Well, how are we're drawing it now through what? Scale is local bounds, ABS, add, divide. But that's just the scale, that's not the extent. Or is it? Let's see here. I do not know if debug box can get drawn in editor. We're about to see. Oops. Kit world transform. rotation 63. I do not see it drawing. Obviously, we'll need to remove collision from that. Line 2. Let me pop that on begin play then. Not ticking, but I don't think that should be a factor. Maybe it's relative. Maybe it's relative center. No. From my debug box. Is it big? Is that not the right scale? I think that's the wrong scale. I don't remember what I was drawing before. Where's my diff? ABS add divide by 2. It was just too small. That's what she said. Divide by 2. Oh, because we don't tick this. No shit, it's not going to draw anything. Doesn't. The fuck? Where's my debug? I even just forgot what the fuck I was doing. Oh yeah, we need to scale up the extent. I need to make sure the bounds work. And because of that, I was going to draw a box, but the box doesn't get drawn because it hates me. It hates everything I stand for. Which is fine. I know I'm a centrist. Everybody hates a centrist. Just draw my box. Just put the box. in the thing. Put the fries in the bag. Center of mass, yeah, and we know that's world location. Local bounds of the mesh, ABS, add, divide by 2, extent, center of mass to center. That's fine. I mean, whatever works right now. I don't need it to be center of mass, but we know that's world location, not local. World transform, location, center, extent, boom, bang, boom. Where's my debug box? Making the parent call. Gee, this is not making a parent call. I know it's in the right place. Just draw the box. Please. Tim Sweeney. Fuck the debug box. Fine, if you're not gonna work, I'll make you work. Add box collision. What's the transform? Oop. That's the transform. Manual attachment, you betcha. Add, wait, why is it not a component? Just a collider. Okay, whatever, just set the box extent. Set hidden in game, false. At least something is getting drawn. See, it wasn't that hard. Looks off though. Probably because we're ABSing. That's weird. But the root of the C4 isn't on its bottom, is it? Actually? Oh, it is. Oh, I thought it was in the center of the mesh. Oh, okay. Never mind. Technically, that's correct. We can fix that easily. We can... center... Get center of box, split, min, max. Set relative location. It's gone. It's the local bounds. Local bounds center. You can just add that to the world transform, right? Not how that works. Okay, maybe it is how that works. Gotta trust my intuition more. Okay, those bounds do look correct. And then we would just want to scale that by like 10% to test. Let's do 15. I think scaling it uniformly would be fine in this case. Debug camera. Yeah, it looks fine. So that would be the checkbox. Like, have you put the C4 in this? I don't know how that's gonna play with the other messier meshes and their bounds, especially like the flag is weird. The knife is a bit weird too. But we do have the general boundary set up for those just fine. Oh. Yeah, we can ignore that. That was a debug camera. What was reporting as invalid though? Remove mapping context to the player controller was valid. Was that because I was in? Yeah, I think it was because I was in debug camera. Really? Yeah, but I literally do a check if the player controller is valid. But it's not the controller that's reporting invalid, it's the subsystem. Really? Okay. Just a little bit of spaghetti. Two issues with debug camera, the widget fade and the remove mapping contact. I'm streaming from completing my 15 streak battle. Bullshit. Which is this making me actually check people? Or I'm just the NPC I always hated. I don't know, I guess if some people care about the stream streak, then they've succeeded. Twitch tries a lot of weird stuff, though. Twitch tries an awful lot of weird stuff. I just don't know if what they try is always very good. $15 stream streak is pretty wild, though. But no, thanks. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate all you guys. Lurkers, chatters, doesn't matter. Even if you only chime in when there's something that you want to talk about. I like that too. And fun to watch? I don't know about that. I'm getting one guide right now. Feel called out. Yeah, you should. Is it this? Is it actually because if I moved the mapping or the validity check here, would that stop that error specifically? Yes. I was thinking, I'm like, oh, I should probably put it here because I'm doing this mapping context check before I'm even checking if the input local player subsystem is valid. So, yeah, that makes sense. Why that would still error. Okay, it's, I don't know. I got rid of some of the spaghetti. Other one was the line trace. Let me fix that. Not that great when you're trying to toggle the debug camera and the game bugs out. Not the greatest. What is showing? Is it the camera or the player itself? Get player character. Error's gone. Beautiful. What was I doing? The bounds. The bounds of this item. Is there a way to get it so that clicking on an item with the translucent material doesn't go through the material? It's so annoying. And allow translucent selection in settings or use the T shortcut. Allow translucent selection. T. My god, why is that not enabled by default? It's like I understand it existing. I think it's a cool feature to exist, but it's like you place a glass down in your level, like a pane of glass, and you can never select it normally again by default because it's translucent. That's a little crazy. A little crazy. At least we know it's a thing. Okay, so this, if we switch it to knife. Okay, the boundaries look correct. Oh. Okay. I crashed the engine again. By rotating an object. Thanks, game. How you doing, Jerky? That opened up hecka fast? Yeah, it did. It better open fast, so I can crash it fast. What is it doing? Why is it being weird? Just don't be weird. What's wrong with you? Look, this is just fine. But if I rotate it... Why does it not like that? Why? It is picky today, isn't it? Do I need to step in? Does it do that because of the box glider at all? Or is there something more sinister? I'm not fucking with it at all here. Only place I would kind of mess with the rotation is here. Don't do anything here. The world ends. You rotate it. It's over. Why? $10 is something to do with just having a child. Yeah, but the child actor component isn't even there. We delete the child actor component. It's gone. Interactable isn't doing anything. As far as I know. What if I rotate it and, I mean, that should update its construction script, but let me just try doing that. Still crash. Well, it's not the greatest if that crashes. I'm gonna be honest. The crashing on who the fuck knows? I have no idea. I mean, I could... I don't know. I have no idea. It only crashes when you rotate it, too. But we know that doesn't happen to other interactables that are rotated. Only the item pickup, but the item pickup doesn't have any... Or the item slot, sorry, the item slot. What does that? Normal, fine. Rotate, not fine. That's like the weirdest crash I've ever seen. Assertion failed, scene data, attachment counter, get value. There's nothing attached to it. Move and replace the item? Try it. I wonder if it's my hack with adding a component in construction script and deleting it, if there's some invalid reference. Construction script does not get run on begin play, as far as I'm aware. Nearly 100% sure it doesn't. I'm correct. I have an idea. I don't know if this runs in construction script, but it might. I'm starting to think my hacked solution to get a class's data in construction script is probably not the greatest thing to be doing. Although functional, well, maybe arguably not functional if it causes crashing. Yeah, it's saying it's failing attachment data. Scene data attachment counter get value is equal to 0. I'm not attaching it though, am I? No, I skipped the attachment because we didn't need the attachment. Although that could be the problem. Because I do say that we would manually attach it and then we don't. But it's weird that it doesn't, well, it has been happening in editor too, but it was also happening at begin play. But construction script does not run there. But I wouldn't imagine accidentally ticking that boolean without attaching it would cause the problem. I'll put in all the safeguards I can think of. Things that I know that can cause errors that maybe in construction script would cause a crash. That's Otherwise, static mesh. This is only valid if... No, that should be fine. We know that there's a mesh either way. For a component on child actor, only if that's valid. I don't mind collecting garbage either way, though. If that's even legal to run in construction script. Yeah. The rotation of doom. Nope. Is it maybe... calling this multiple times? No, it's still the same problem. Yeah, it's the same thing. I think I'm doing some illegal things in the construction script. I don't think that's it at all. I mean, I think what's really the issue is that I know, I 100% know, by the way, creating components in construction script is fine. Attaching them in construction script is fine. But I'm doing some weird stuff where I'm using this as a way not to dynamically create something, but rather to create and destroy within the construction script. Which is a little bit iffy, especially if the construction script is getting called multiple times. It maybe is getting into some weird stuff related to the creation and attachment of that. Of those components. Destroying during construction sounds scary. It is, yeah, it is a little bit not great. It's inconsistently crashing though. It is crashing in editor too. Like removing an array element before you finish iterating causing weirdness. Yeah, it's... I know I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. I need the you know, in editor to put in an item class, to plug in an item class, right? And then I load up that item class just to grab the mesh information. And then I don't need it anymore. But it's the only way that I can get that mesh information in editor, which is pretty necessary when you're trying to, you know, like determine how big something should be, because you don't know the item and otherwise you'd have to grab the item. The only way I can think of doing it. I mean, I could always just destroy this child actor on begin play, but then it just feels like we're loading in data that we don't need only to destroy it, which is just gonna... that doesn't seem the right way to do it either. I mean, let's think of a full game scenario, right? You have, like, I don't know, you have things you can place down in specific slots in order to open up a door, solve a puzzle, whatever. I really don't imagine we would have more than 15 to 30 of these in the entire game, in which case you could just make separate children and then set them up custom. It's not really that big of a deal. It's not attached improperly. It's exactly how you would attach it. Add a child actor component, attach component to component with manual attachment turned on. Exactly what you would do. I think it's just that we're trying to destroy it within the construction script, and it's being called multiple times. Doing some weird shit. Basically involves all component. Well, I know that. I know it's an issue with the component, but I think it's an issue with the destruction of the component in the same script that we're in the construction script where we are creating it. I mean, it might not even just be the destruction of the actor here, but it could even be the destruction of components up here. Component attached to its own child. It wouldn't be possible because we're doing manual attachment to the main mesh. It's either this up here or it's this down here. Or both. Am I trying to optimize? Am I making the common programmer mistake of optimizing something that doesn't need to be optimized? Potentially. Empty transform could be a problem. Empty transform could be a problem. Usually that throws an error though, it won't allow you to compile. But it's possible that they don't throw that in construction script for whatever reason. But the default should just be... That's only for automatic attachment too, to be honest. Not for manual. But in the history of known weird inconsistencies with Unreal Engine, I wouldn't put it past it. Nope. No, it's all random guessing. There's so many weird things that happen. But again, I have to ask myself, are we optimizing something that doesn't need to be optimized? The loop in the first part, it's for destroying attached components to the main mesh. Or anything left over, but we aren't even running that. There might be multiple causes for the crashing. We don't know. Obviously, this is supposed to delete this. We don't need it. I just don't think that it's happy making the component in the first place on tick. Or on construction script. This used to work. It's possible that this does not work anymore. And they don't want you doing it. And to be fair, child actor components have been broken in these have been broken in Unreal for like ages and ages. I don't even think they recommend that you use child actor components anymore because of how shitty they are. But I thought that just making it to destroy it would be okay. Maybe not. Fuck. I need a different solution then for this. We could always make separate child instances. And just use the same item mesh that we have for the items. This would be the lowest cost solution. It was happening both with manual and automatic attachment. We had the same problem. I generally prefer to do manual attachment though, because then I can modify its attachment rules. And then I know exactly where it's being attached to. No, I mean, my brain is still coming to the idea that this is just one of those things that let's think of any immersive sim that exists right now. Most of them do not have more than 100 items. Some do. Of those 100 items, how many of those items do you actually need to properly, physically slot into something? Maybe like 5 to 10. And it's like batteries and, you know, canisters to get like a generator running or something. Is it really that difficult just to create a fucking child blueprint class? And like change a mesh? No. So why are we optimizing it? Especially when it could be refactored later without breaking the underlying functionality. Waste of time. Waste of time. Waste of code. Not everything needs to be modular and perfect in this way. There's no game in history that is perfectly modular like that. Okay. Oh, let's back up a bit. Let's back up a bit. We have our item slot manual. We would create children of that. And those would be the things that we actually have to slot. Source code. They need finder, but why? What do you mean? At this point, I'm not even fighting with the premise of the mechanic I'm trying to make. I'm fighting with Unreal Engine. Like what I want to do is so simple. It's one of the simpler mechanics that I need to make. But Unreal's being a bitch. What do you mean the source code configuring and text files may need find replace for? Why? What does that mean? How about not? I've only seen that once before. And I don't remember the cause of it. Break a reference, yeah, but that shouldn't be an issue. I've had it happen on a game mode before. Yeah, game mode like here. And that's because there were legitimate references to it in source. Invalid redirector. Yeah, it's game. Like I had the problem with the game mode, 100%, but now I'm having a problem with one different one. Cache or any files to the saved folder by deleting this. Allow me to fix the issue. Okay, yeah, I mean that's fair. We just had a lot of crashes, so there could be a lot of shit in saved and intermediate. Yeah, let's delete saved and intermediate. That's always a good fix for solving problems. Was that actor in the world while you're trying to move it? Yeah, but I deleted the actor in the world. It should just make a redirect. Well, I don't know. It might just be a saved intermediate problem. Yeah, we're good now. I don't know, some bullshit from when it crashed or something. Not even any redirectors. Okay. Jealous of my machine? Is it really loading up that fast? It's a really small project. There's not really a whole lot to load. We don't even have any art or anything in it. And it's already done all the compilation of shaders, so Unreal should load up fast. I haven't done any tweaks or anything to it. Cauldron Chronicles took a long time to load, but that did have a lot of assets. That was our big RPG game. Okay, what's my solution if we can't solve this in construction script? Is to make child blueprints, but we still need to know the item that is expected to be shoved in there. And I would like it shown during the editor. I think we just need to manually do it. That's the only thing I can think of. Mine is really bad. It could just be like it would probably be primarily up to your CPU and your disk. I don't know what kind of hard drive you have it installed on, but I only use NVMe drives, so the read-write speed is pretty fast. Is this inheriting correctly? No, I just made a regular ass blueprint. Item slot manual C4. I mean, the first load of a project should take a while because it has to do the shader compilation. But then subsequent loads should be pretty fast. Now that is inheriting from interactable, so our tick should be turned off. I can update its materials. Why am I putting this in the child? I need to be putting this in the parent. I'm so out of whack today with those crashes. Weird. I've heard issues that some people have, like every time they load up the engine, it takes a long time to properly load it. But I'm not. There was like some fix that you can put in your engine files, I think. Okay, that's good. We don't need to make this instance editable then. Tooltip override is, I suppose, okay. Maybe I'll just go home and I don't know, I'll just try to figure out why it was crashing and see if I can fix it, because it would be so much nicer just to be able to plop this down in a way that you would expect it to work. But for now, it's okay. It is what it is. Strings, pickup items. No, it's item slot. That should be the default for this. Default. Item slots. Okay, we're back to that. That's good. We want this mesh to not have any collision. I'm just stall a bit at 35% compiling global shaders. You have this installed on a good drive? There was a way to cheat Unreal and tell it to save shaders locally to the project structure, which I think still works. Because maybe it's trying to store, it's having global shaders on like a really slow drive. Well, it's just a guess. Could be wrong. Main mesh, collision presets, no collision, no overlap events. SSD but not NVMe. It'll be a little bit faster than like a SATA hard drive, but I'm kind of full maybe. Could be. I don't know how much an NVMe drive helps with loading up Unreal. Maybe a lot, maybe it's just me that experiences that. I mean, it still takes time to load up other games. Like Into the Chasm has some proper artwork and stuff. But as you said, your project only has just some gas stuff in it. Maybe it's 5.7. Maybe 5.7 is faster. I don't know. Here's my 35%. And it's loading plugins. Maybe it's just the crash and reload that is faster. I don't know. I wasn't majorly fast, but it wasn't majorly slow either. Subsequent load is super fast though. Maybe there's some like local files that it keeps. I don't know. Maybe it like keeps some information from last startup so that subsequent startups of the same project are super fast or something. Okay, that's good. And we know for sure if we have the main mesh, we can grab the bounds. Now, I imagine we could do that on construction script. Was this? Divided by 2. Add box collision. Or we should probably just add a box collider because we need that anyway. Not for item slot though. We would need that for manual. Somebody yours in a second boot. Yeah, so maybe it's, I think maybe it's just store some local files of, hey, this is the last project that was loaded up. And if that's the same project, then it can just reuse those files. Otherwise, it needs to rebuild them for the new project. I never noticed that. My 10 years working with Unreal, I never noticed that it does that. I think it's just kind of like subtle. Like, oh, okay, this project loaded up fast today. Wonderful. Your project at work? Oh, are you a junior in the industry? Or you just learned Unreal for the first time? We might want to well, no, we don't want to update overlaps on construction. Set relative location for that won't work, right? Maybe it does. Yeah, now we're looking good. Damn. You have a junior with a job. You're a junior with a job in the industry. Don't lose it. Whatever you do. You're one of like the lucky 5 juniors in the world that exist. We'll scale that up too. We could actually just set relative transform and just plug that in for the location. Relative transform should be the main mesh. Well, no, because this is a child of the main mesh. That should... We shouldn't need to add that. We can just scale it up 15% in addition to the mesh's scale. Yeah, we're good there. Not a great game, but I'm in the door and in the trenches. All that matters. Learn what you can. Ask questions. If you can make it past the junior phase, it only gets, well, kind of easier to find jobs. I wouldn't say 100% easier. I'm at a point now where I can be picky about the jobs that I want. But it wasn't always like that. It was just kind of applying for whatever was available. Although I saw a new studio startup recently that I was thinking of applying to. Looks good. And that should be 15% of this too. Okay. Doable, doable. Intern interview with Epic? Shit. Work on Fortnite. Make some new dances for TikTok to make videos about. Okay, now I'm just... Dude, those crashes just absolutely obliterated my mind today. Item slot, let's see here. Well, we definitely want overlap and end overlap. I keep thinking, I'm like, maybe it was just this node, maybe that node was causing the problem. I'll worry about it later. An easy refactor. Yeah, we can do it this way. I could move this to a function though, because I might need some local variables. And it would just be kind of easier to handle it there. Let's do it there. Let's do that. Does implement interface. Grab drop item. Want to find a little more structure? Currently it's just the Wild West, no senior experience on staff. Oof. Always crunching, double oof. Workers can't really take the time to help me much, 0 code reviews. Triple oof. Actually quadruple if you want to consider that coworkers can't really take time to help you. Hectic self-study process that pays me. Yeah, you're going to learn a lot of ways to do things badly. I can say that the experience is bad. but it has some downsides where after, I don't know how many years you've been there, but I know exactly the experience because I've been in places like that where you feel like you've learned a lot of wrong ways to do things, but you haven't learned the right ways to do things. And so you have some wisdom, but you don't often have a whole lot of knowledge, if that makes sense. And it doesn't really help you in future jobs because it's like, okay, well, I spent, years at this company and I know a lot of wrong ways to do things, but it doesn't really help me get a job at a place that wants me to know the right way to do things. Exactly. Yeah, like I said, I unfortunately know that. Worse is if they promote you, because then, maybe it makes sense within your company's structure, and it's like, okay, well, I'm the senior because I'm the only one doing this, but now it's a vapid, meaningless title, and when I apply to places, they're going to ask me questions that seniors should know, but I don't know because I wasn't taught them, and I didn't have a mentor. Yeah, and your projects are under NDA, so you can't even talk about them. And then you start to question, like, what the fuck have I actually learned in this, if anything? Yeah, I unfortunately, I know, I know the feeling. Risky, how's it going, man? Love the Yoda emote. And I live in Poland, and in Poland it's really hard to find a lot of like smaller indie or AA companies with senior experience. It's becoming more common now, but definitely within the past like 5 to 10 years, it's just kind of like a brain drain in a way. Working on Azure cert, so I needed some background noise. I thought it was a big noise. Well, I am perfect background noise. Put me on your third monitor minimized on 20% volume, where I belong. Second monitor, ayo, that's an upgrade. Yeah, this should be fine because we just do calls anyway. Grab, drop, ref. Third is for miscellaneous. Fourth is for porn. And if you're a coder, then you have some like weird vertical monitor that makes you look crazy. I don't imagine this would ever fail, but I suppose if it does, we can just return. Because if it implements the interface only exists on the component. So, redundancy. More game nerd, 3 monitors clamped to motorized desk, Jesus. What have you been playing recently? What have all of you guys been playing recently? All your 1-to-1s with the leader the same 5 to 10 minutes of reconfirming that I feel okay but not great and still show up at my best, which I know isn't great. Oh, Jerky, I'm so sorry, man. I really am. Or woman, I don't know, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest. I think you're doing fine. You know, beggars can't be choosers, and you're lucky to have a job as a junior. Just learn as much as you can. It's gonna suck, and it's gonna continue to suck, and you're gonna have to work your way up to places that don't suck. Unfortunately, though, a lot of those places are not doing too well at the moment. Expedition 33 Lost Ark, nice. Good games. Yeah, do shit at home too, yeah. The industry is rough. I had a I had somebody review my portfolio a couple weeks ago, and they said that it didn't show much experience with design ownership, and that I looked more like a programmer. Even though I have never had a programming job, I have only had design jobs for over 10 years. And I've worked on multiple games as the senior to lead designer, which means I by definition have to own the design because I created it and I designed the game. So sometimes you just get the weirdest responses from the industry. I even showed proof too. I'm like, here's 500 pages of design documentation for a game, a systems-driven game. Who do you think wrote that? Me. Who do you think balanced and implemented, that with the programmers? Like a workhorse and resume, not like you were doing architect. Well, it's even wrong. It's just weird. It's like, I was really close just to asking, like, can you define design ownership for me? Because I guess we have different definitions of design ownership. And if my definition is wrong, then I don't even know what a definition of design ownership would be. My resume shows it. I mean, it shows I was a creative lead and a lead game designer. And then, they wanted, I'm like, okay, maybe they just need some proof that I was owning the design. I'm like, okay, here's my documentation. Like, I don't know, did you want like a recorded video of me talking to the lead artist or programmer? Do you want proof of me entering numbers in my balance spreadsheet to balance it? I just don't know what he was wanting. We made a game with we made a game on stream and released it. It's on Steam right now. How did this game just spawn out of thin air if I didn't own the design of it? Well, I worked through a recruiter that I know, and I really like him. So I have verifiable proof that he was given the information necessary to discern this. And the response was the same. Very weird. I had double the responsibilities. Like they were asking, okay, like 3 to 5 years. No, it wasn't. It was like 2 to 3 years as a game designer. Am I sure about that? Well, I'm not 100%, but I can be like 99.99%. They wanted like 2 to 3 years in the industry and like one released game on Steam that I was a designer for. I have worked on 4 games commercially released on Steam as designer. 2 of them in leadership roles where I owned the design. So it's just weird. I just wanted to let you lie your way up. I don't fucking know, man. And here's the thing, like if they're starting to use AI, I'm literally just probably going to stick to using my connections in the industry to get jobs, because at this point applying for a job and like preparing a cover letter and hoping that I get seen in any reasonable time is so much more work than just meeting up with some industry friends at conferences at like Gamescom, or here in Poland there's Digital Dragons, and just saying, hey, know anyone with a design job? And they're like, oh yeah, this person, I have a friend over at this company, and I can just walk over and see them and find their lead designer or something and just say, hey, sit down 10 minutes. I can pitch myself. Way better. Way better. It's just silly. Silly stuff. I even made an overhaul mod for Darkest Dungeon, which is one of the games that I worked on. And that's what, you know, it's like, where did this overhaul mod spawn from? If I didn't have design ownership. Ugh. Boss went to Gamescom? Dude, Gamescom is fucking amazing. Really, really draining. Flying over, try to sell our IP. Oh shit. Sell your IP? Like get a publishing deal or literally sell the IP for money and then move on? Oh, to get a publisher. Oh shit. Gamescom's a good place to get a publisher. The nice thing about selling or like pitching at Gamescom too is that you don't actually need a ticket to Gamescom, because most of the publishers won't meet you in the conference building, just in the hotels, because they also want to be cheap. Gamescom is cool though. I'm hoping to go back this next year. Crazy. I made a video portfolio too where I delve into details of like all the systems I made, especially for Colden Chronicles. I can only reiterate, it's weird to look at somebody's resume where they have designed and developed their own games and say that there isn't sufficient evidence of design ownership. Especially when we literally record all the days of development and put them up on YouTube. It's silly. Very silly. Okay. What was I doing? Grab, drop, ref. Just overlapped. We need to get the... Yeah, we need to get the bounds. Get vector bounds. And we'll need to test if each of these is within this box. Test if... What is it? Check if... There's a node for this. And I do not remember what it's called. Let's use the new AI assistant to see if it can tell me. What's the BP node to check if a vector is in a collision box? I forget the name of it. Test point inside box. No, it's not. You liar. No, it's not. Oh, it might not be. It might just be. It might just take two vectors first. Test point. No, it's not. Is inside. Fuck. Is vector inside box. There it is. Jesus Christ. God damn you. The box structure. What is that, just two vectors or? Yeah, the min and max. I don't know if the extent would work though. Because the extent is just local. I think it would have to be the bounds. No one will watch that? No, I'm not saying that people should watch that, but I think that if you are legitimately trying to hire somebody and you see that they have started up their own studio and have made these games, and they specifically state that they have streamed it all and uploaded it to YouTube, you would think, okay, is that person telling the truth? And you could at least just look at the playlist. Like, do your due diligence at that point. This person was hiring me for a pretty senior and important role in their company, not just some like riffraff. Well, if they don't look that far, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to work for somebody that doesn't do that. Like, to me, that's a red flag, and I told the recruiter that. I'm like, at this point, even if they made an offer, I would turn it down because I'm getting red flags from this recruitment process. I don't want to work for somebody that is this retarded. Simple as that. Like, you know, you asked for a moose with at least one antler. And I can prove that I'm a moose with 2 antlers. Yet you tell me that you only see 1 antler. No, I'm walking the other way. Well, so this was legitimate. This was a specialized, expensive recruitment agency that specializes in games. They know what they're doing. I know the recruiter that I was working with. And to be fair, I think he did everything on his end. What was weird is that the person reviewing this information was the owner of the company, who up until this point had been in the design position and was trying to move to just running the business and find somebody to replace him as design. There's no reason for him not to do some due diligence when his feedback about the information he's receiving is visually, obviously provable by the words on the paper. And if he wanted proof of some of that, and I gave that, and the feedback is still the same, then it's not very actionable, right? There's not a lot that I can do with that. And I'm thinking, okay, there's a red flag here because clearly this person doesn't know what they want. Do I want to work for somebody that can't read words on a piece of paper in front of them? Probably not. It was not just the hiring manager, it was the company owner. Bounds. I swear there was a way to test if... Maybe it's just like test if actor... No, I know there was a way to do this. This guy literally has tech knowledge. He knows games. He knows game dev. We'll just say successful games on Steam. Very successful games on Steam. I sent the same information to a couple of other industry friends and studio owners, and they both thought the feedback was ridiculous too. And they told me, they're like, hey, you know, do what you want, but I wouldn't take that job. I'll pass. Just weird. Maybe I made something custom and I'm just thinking that it existed in an engine, but it was actually something that I made. Okay, what is it? Inside box. Is vector inside box? We need to make a box. Box min, box max, I assume need to be the world data, so the origin, extent. What does this print out as? And couldn't we instead just use the local bounds min and max? The static mesh component though. Yeah, but I know there's bounds. Get component bounds. What we have here though. There's no like world extenses there. That's weird. Collision box extent is not the radius, right? I do not remember if it's radius or... I know what I'm remembering. I know in Colden Chronicles we got a random point inside of the box. But I think that was to... Yeah, it was within the bounding box. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the wrong thing. So we do want to check if is vector inside box. Thank you, Google. I try not to use AI or Google for anything. I try to solve it myself first. Makes me learn more, even if it's slower. Because then I have to think critically. I need to go through all 8 vectors and check them. I need to first make that. I just want to... I want to print this first. I want to get the extent. Where's my begin play? Print. $33, 19.7. I think that would always be positive, right? There's no reason that should be negative. Okay, we'll know if it's half extent, because it doesn't say half extent. But we can easily determine that. That must be the, Yes, it is half. Thanks for the follows, guys, by the way. I appreciate that. Was a vector in game dev? XYZ point? Yes. Point in 3D space. Good. Good if it's half. That's easy then. Oops, I deleted that. Is the origin in world space though? I know I need to check that. If it is, we're okay though. Keyboard of 8 corners, so you want to test if any of those? Yes. We actually want to test if all 8 of them are in there. And we already have those, thankfully. Ignore the bright green. That's our material solution to the problem. You can see on this mesh, there are these coordinates that I draw, debug coordinates. Hard to see. The blue, red, and green. So we already have all 8 points. We know that they rotate correctly with the underlying item, which was kind of a nightmare. So we're not drawing any additional mesh or anything, which would make it pretty easy. We are for the green, but for the debug coordinates. So we have exactly the 8 points that we need to test. And they're proper for each item. Great. That looks to be world space origin, not local. Could just subtract it. What am I doing? We actually need to test on tick, not just on overlap. We want to enable tick on actor overlap. We could map, let's do this. Let's do a vector overlap map, and we'll do a map of vectors to booleans. Or we could just do an array of booleans. We don't need to know the vector actually. We can just do an array of. Or we could assume that it's true and we could break on false and then just return, or actually probably the other way around. No, we could assume it's true, break on false, and then just return the result. That might be a little bit cleaner. We'll do for each loop with break. Switch this to a single boolean. B, all vectors overlap. Yeah, but if this is empty, is not empty. If empty, set to false. Otherwise run. Default to true. Clean up some spaghetti. Good box min-max right now. Took me a bit. No worries. I thought there was an existing node for testing within a collision box component. I'm surprised that there isn't. I'm very, very surprised. It could be there, it could just be named something weird. That does happen. Find it after the work is done and you had your 10-hour head. Yeah, it will be. It'll be something like, I don't know. Does location exist within rectangle or something? Like, just all the terms that you did that aren't associated with a collision box or a box collider, and those are the exact terms used to look for it. Yeah, it's always like that. Splittability is inside vector. Wasn't it already accepting a box? It was a structure for a box, which is the min and the max. And so I split it up. Normally it would be combined like this. And I could, you know, pull that box structure from something. But you might not get make a box with origin. Oh, actually, by showing you, I can ensure that the math is right because there apparently is make box with origin. Turns out that's pretty useful. Unreal blueprints, where what you want probably exists, you just need to know what it's called. My rubber duck. Just like my rubber ducks and arc raiders. Even if you ask AI, no one will tell you the right BP. Well, AI will just fabricate a BP. AI is so bad to ask for blueprints because it makes up nodes that never existed. And you for a second you're like, oh my god, if this node exists, it's amazing. And you realize that it never once existed. Just use the make my dream BP. I'm pretty sure I could ask it like, hey, how can I what's the blueprint node for enabling What's the BP node for enabling multiplayer in my project? I swear to God, if it just says, oh, just press the Boolean in the project settings for enable multiplayer. I think I just quit if it said that. Okay, it didn't. Yeah, just press the multiplayer boolean. I feel like some gamers think that's how it works. I did once work in a game that I think would have been more fun with multiplayer, but try explaining to the average player how literally every single thing would have to be refactored and redesigned in a game to accommodate multiplayer. They're like, look, the budget for our game was around this much, and it took this long. In order to get the game that you want, we would have to do most of that over again. How you doing, turning cock? Okay, so if it is inside... No, if it is not inside, we want to set to false. And then break. Now you know how to do it. I mean, to some extent. For sure, I can say that a lot of the systems and design need to be remade from scratch. Art, probably not, of course, but you would probably have to also remake certain UI elements. You'd have to make more UI elements. It definitely isn't like some 1 month project like a lot of gamers think. I just thought that implementing OIDC. What is OIDC? Explain it like I'm a game designer. OpenID Connect. Typical redirect login. Oh. Login with service. Oh, and then it like opens up a thing, and then you click it, and then it sends that back. Does a callback with the payload. I see. I've always thought that looked pretty complex. But I never know how it worked. You know what? I think for now, I just want to destroy the actor. I just want to destroy self, if that works. And for the time being, we're just going to test that on tick. Although we need the overlapped actor. Yeah, I didn't think about that. We can move it out of here. We still need to determine if it implements the interface, though. Client redirects user to identity provider. User logs in. IDP redirects user back to application with auth code and payload. It sounds kind of scary though. Couldn't like something like a bad plugin like hijack that payload and do some nasty things in between? Are there like security measures to protect against that? Where's the strip club code? Shut up. We should actually check if the overlap actor is valid. I don't know if I want to do that every frame, but... we have CPUs, we need to use them. Alright, put this bitch on the ground. Probably clipping with the ground a little bit. Oh no, it isn't. Oop. Not step on that, please. Is that actually running? Oh, we probably don't enable tick on it. That tick is not enabled. It's weird that it didn't. I wonder if... No, the collision response... Well, maybe not. Overlap all dynamic. Generate overlap events. Query only. Oh, because I need to check the actor for the... I know the issue. The object itself doesn't implement the interface. It, check actor for component. We can use this instead. And this will be the grab drop. My bad. Bomb has been planted, you can see it. Yeah, I'm making Counter-Strike, but not toxic. There's a security measure called proof key for code exchange. Oh my god. I feel like you have to know a lot about that stuff to work in that industry. Hash that only the client knows about and the identity provider knows how to decipher. Wow. No guns, only knives. Okay, we don't need to break here then. It should enable, it doesn't even matter if it's... Beyblade. Alright, let's pick this up. Look at Beyblades. Is that ticking? It's ticking. Oh, because I'm doing the same object interface check here. We actually can skip this. We don't need this. This was for redundancy, but this is actually the right check to do. Not the other one. Beyblade got a new game? Crazy to see Beyblades living on for decades. Okay, I don't think that check is working. I feel like with the right game, Beyblade could blow the fuck up on Twitch. You said it got a new game? Did you guys ever play this old game called Robot Arena 2? Like, this is from like early 2000s or something? 2003. And you could design your own robot. Hold on. I'll pull it up. You could literally craft your own robot here in 3D space. This is from 2003. Like, you're drawing it, you're placing the items, the batteries, all the air tanks for firing different mechanics. Person's kind of shit at making it. But you, like, actually attach it in there. And this matters too, because your frame can get crumpled and deformed, and so if you place like your batteries too close to the side of the wall, they could get hit by a weapon and get destroyed, and of course you lose your battery power mid-fight. You had to make different extenders and apply. This guy is horrible at making them at this, to be honest. Set up the wheels, and of course, same thing. You know, if you set this up too close, it may not actually run. Like a full build your own bot. Guy sucks. Fuck, I'll find it. This is more important than game dev anyway. I need the footage of the actual creation. Oh yeah, here's some pretty good footage. The bot lab. Like you can get pretty crazy with this, and then you had to set up your own controls for it too. You drew it, you deformed the edges as much as you wanted, you could pull them in. You could set up different materials, so of course, you know, something like aluminium would be lighter, and you would be able to get like better speed and better acceleration, but you wouldn't be able to, you know, it wasn't as strong. The known Dark Center, how's it going? Duncan, you been well? I have been well. How have you been? How's it been going? So it's such a cool feature, and I feel like you can make a Beyblade game these days just like this. It's cold, yeah, it is cold. Isn't this cool? For a 2003 game. So streaming from my office? I am streaming from my office. I'm in a different office though. I don't know if you saw that I moved. But I'm not in Krakow anymore. Look at this robot. This is so crazy. You can just keep attaching things like different weapons and stuff. So if you made like a Beyblade game where you could design your own Beyblade, I think it could be amazing. Where's my office now? I live in Katowice now. So, short distance. But the office is better. I have better internet too. You can even, I forgot, you can even add your own. You could add your own textures to it, dude. They just don't make games like they used to. Look at this. This is wild. Slav languages always get you. Yeah, learning it. Yeah, Polish is a hard language. It's a tough language. What a game. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to find this game and still get it working these days just because of how old it is. But I bet GOG probably has it. But if you guys are looking for like a fun little robot design game, it is good. They don't even have it. Damn. Not as rough as Russian? Yeah, because you have to learn Cyrillic. That's a whole different ballgame. So what's failing with this? All 8 of those points should 100% be in the box. It's possible the box is testing wrong. This is failing. I know I set that up correctly though. Or I think I did. We'll just play Tarkov to learn a language. It's funny that the most The people that have like killed me on site in Arc Raiders have, by majority, been Russians. They don't even try to talk to you. But then I'll just, meet like a random Lithuanian person or whatever, and they're just the nicest person in the world. Or like this French guy that I saved the other day. You wouldn't think, French. Why save him, right? But I had to. These are very competitive. It's not even a competitive game, though. I could understand if Arc Raiders was competitive, but it's just not competitive at all. I wonder if this has failed. The French guy was chill. I posted on Reddit. I'll read what I wrote on Reddit. I posted it for some fun reactions. I should stop using Reddit though, because Reddit is, Reddit. Playing solo as usual. I don't fight other players. Don't need to. 2.7 million coins, everything upgraded, multiple legendaries and dozens of perps. No incentive to kill players, and it's more fun to work together anyway. Had a key for the damn control tower. Got there early on the major map condition. Had already been a rough day because of all the player killers fighting over my magnets. So I was a bit wary of and blockaded the door after finding one in a locker. Heard someone outside while I was almost done looting, so I called out. Frenchie on the other end. Felt mixed feelings, as anyone would. He breached the door, but we agreed to be peaceful. Very thankful. I ran out while he was looting the scraps, but before I could get onto the rope, I heard lots of shots, and Frenchie was pleading to someone to not kill him. Fight or flight. Fight. I run back up as fast as I can, pulling out a torrent I found in the room. I see the fist raised, about to come down. I unleash. Bozo goes down as fast as his mom. Frenchie is scared. I reassure him through my mic, pulling out my defib. I pull him up, letting him loot that poor excuse of a human and player. We extract safely together. I always carry at least one defib, and I always will. Arc friends, not Arc Raiders. And that was my first kill in Arc Raiders, after like 50 hours of gameplay. The only person I've killed was to save someone else. The guy was cool. A French guy was cool. I'm glad that I could save him. Had a guy shoot down me on sight. He aggroed the fireball bots. Body blocked him in an elevator shaft. Loaded over proximity chat as he burned alive. You found a good apple. Most of the players in solo have been great in Arc Raiders. Most of them. Because there just isn't an incentive to kill. Just, I don't know. I haven't needed to. They give you grievances. Maybe my for loop isn't adding. No, those look correct. I might know the issue. We're updating that on Grab. We need to update that on Tick. That needs to go on Component Tick. Oops, I threw it. Don't hold down the E. That should totally pass. Unless we're checking in local space. I need to turn on the box for one. And maybe just make it bigger for testing purposes. I'm gonna do that in the parent though. I probably could track. Yeah, I could just print. Let's try this first though. Let me scale it up a bit more. Maybe it's too small or something. How is that still? Does exist component reference. Oh. Imagine that. Oopsies. That explains an awful lot. I wasn't looking. I had the BPI call here, and I just didn't hook up the array to it. So I was just grabbing an empty array. That makes an awful lot of sense. I had a guy after the shooting snitches, and we did quests for the next few hours. It was nice. I had a really... You didn't have that much trouble in duos. I'm surprised. I've had way more trouble in duos and trios. It also seems like the time of day and week matter a lot too. It's weird. Sometimes you just get into a lobby and there's like 2 or 3 people killing people, and other times you have like 5 matches straight where everybody's nice. But I'm not going to let those bad apples ruin the experience. I will still just not shoot people if they don't shoot me. Or if they don't shoot somebody else. If I see somebody killing someone else, I don't even care about my loot in most cases. I will kill you and save the other player. That's my mission. Okay. Let me put that in its spot, and we can just rotate it until all 8 are in. This should just disappear. It's testing correctly. I think 15% is a little bit too low though for the size of that. We can probably boost it up to 25%. Or even like 20, well, whatever. It's just testing purposes right now, but working. What am I trying to make do? Well, what I succeeded in making it do is test if the object is fully within the boundaries. So for instance, I'll show you the example map that we can use here. My test map. Why is it not loaded? Over in the fine-tuning movement testing spot, we set up a little section for placing C4 in a little hole. And rather than just being like something we can test, we can actually turn it into gameplay and a lot of emergent gameplay opportunities by having an actual test down here to see if the object is fully placed in the slot. Oops. Press the wrong button. So because we already know the 8 vectors for the mesh bounds, we can use those same bounds to test if an object is fully placed within a location. And I think that would be really cool for like, you know, imagine this is like a battery and there's, I don't know, some connector or like turret with a battery slot up on the wall, and you could just aim it, chuck it, and maybe, you know, we can have a slot in there. And there's a lot, I think there's just tons of emergent gameplay opportunities. Or being able to, I don't know, maybe there's like a security door and there's a robot that you program to fight on your side behind it, but it's closed, and in the way are like 2 nasty turrets. So you have the key card and you just chuck it at the door, you know, at the receptacle, and we can slot it in there and it opens up the door, and then the robot fights for you and you don't have to get close to it at all. A couple examples, but I think there's tons of emergent opportunities for it. Plug to turn on power in the room as part of a exactly, yeah. I was just, you know, I was thinking this morning like what we could work on and what are some cool mechanics we could add. And I don't know, but for some reason Borderlands 4 came to mind, and they had you could pick up those energy canisters and you had to like deliver them to the top of those crawlers. And they had that auto slot in mechanic. And it was like, it was cool, but it was just barely used in the gameplay, and it certainly wasn't used for any emergent purposes. I'm like, well, fuck it, we have the drag, drop, and toss mechanic. Why not just make the test? I played Last Caregiver? No. Caretaker? No, I haven't. Oops. But I think there's tons of puzzle opportunities that we can use. It's perfect for immersive sims. I love it. I love it. Dynamic cable system and scrap anything. It kind of reminds me of Prey, because in Prey you could also use those like deconstruction grenades. So you would just like pick up and drag scrap into like anything that you could find so that you could scrap it into stuff. It was really cool. I like stuff like that too. It's the Prey recycler grenade. So in this game you could pick up and move objects, and you could throw the recycler charge into it. Really good visual effects on this too, including like bodies and stuff. Throw it. And there's your recycled goods. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like stuff like that. That's just like peak immersive sim mechanics to me. Let me go to the bathroom, and we can finish up this and then jump over to KCD2. BRB. What do you guys think of the Game Award nominees? At least this time, you had Expedition 33 get nominated for Best OST, unlike the Grammys. I think I mostly agreed with the nominations. Especially Game of the Year, I think I would agree with most of those being up there. I think more games deserved to be up there because there were so many good games this year. But you know, if I had to choose 6, I'm not upset with the 6 that they chose. From my brain goes component implements recyclable. Could do it, yeah. I think a component could absolutely handle that. I don't know if we want to do that. Here's the thing. We're making like a toolkit, right? I don't know if every immersive sim we would want to make would have items be recyclable, but that could be a unique mechanic built on top of the toolkit for this specific game. Absolutely. I'll pull them up and we can take a look on the side. Game Awards. Nominees. Loading. What do you need to load? It's just text. What are we doing? Oh my god, their site sucks. Their site is really bad. I just want like a text list of this stuff. Oh, somebody at Reddit made one. Never mind. Holy shit, dude. Their site is so slow. I clicked on Game of the Year. It's still loading. Just text. Steam front page is a link, does it? But that's only for Steam, right? Yeah, I just want a link to the. Oh my god. Over designed. Okay, here we go. It's a little bit small. I can load it up. So we got Game of the Year. Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hades 2, Silksong, and KCD 2. Like I said, I'm pretty happy with that lineup. Although I think Ghost of Yotei also deserved to be up there. In my opinion. The only two that I didn't play would be Donkey Kong and Hollow Knight, Silksong. Those would be the two. Make object recyclable in some way, giving it that interface sounds cool, and something like the recycle bomb can pick up the recycle objects within the bomb area. You can do something with that. Absolutely, yeah, you're right on point with that. I think your mention of using an actor component would be very apt. And just assigning the values either through like a data table row, which we already have, and even that can have like a boolean of is recyclable, would be really, really easy to grab. And then, you know, you don't even need to make a visual effect for prototyping. As long as you just like, I don't know, draw a debug circle in the radius and just convert. spawn in a safe place without overlapping, and you should be pretty good. Would be pretty easy, actually. It's between Expedition. Yeah, in my opinion, it is 100% going to be... Well, we need to finish KCD2. We're going to be continuing that today. If it continues the way that it has been, I would say... I don't know if I could choose between KCD2, Death Stranding 2, and Expedition 33. I think Death Stranding 2 and KCD2 have more well-written stories. And more interesting characters than Expedition 33 had. Especially Death Stranding 2. You know, it's just because that whole game is interesting characters. For me, it'll be between Death Stranding 2 and KCD2, but I think that most people would want Expedition 33 to win. Public votes count only for 10% of it. Jesus Christ. Don't they do like the gamer, you know, which one got the most gamer votes? Keely and Kojima are friends. I wouldn't be angry if any of those games won Game of the Year. Even if I personally had issues with Expedition 33's story, or I didn't play Donkey Kong, but I saw gameplay of it, or I didn't play Silksong, but of course everybody loves Silksong. I wouldn't be upset if any of them won. But for me, it's probably going to be Death Stranding 2. I just kind of want to add a callback for the item slot on Destroyed. But do I add them in, or not on Destroyed, but on Slotted? They probably should be on the parent. If I put a dispatcher here, it will be on the child, right? I don't see it. I'm not okay. I'm not saying. By the way, two things. I'm not saying Expedition 33 is a bad game. I don't think it is. And my opinion should not influence how much you like the game at all. Just to put that out there. And I think everybody in my chat is very good about that. But I just want to make it clear. I don't hate the game, and I don't think people shouldn't like it. It really stems to two kind of core problems, which would be characters and story, which for me are like pillars of a story-driven game like that. If the game had a bit of problems with, I don't know, like some lighting issues or whatever, who cares? It wouldn't affect my feelings about it, or like a couple of bugs, a couple crashes, whatever. But for a game like that, the characters, story, dialogue are like core to the game on top of the combat. I think the third act and the twist in the third act undercut the themes and elements that the game had built up so far. And you could remove about half the characters from the cast, and it would have made no difference to the story and how it turned out. So I think that about half the cast of characters had no development or arc whatsoever. I don't want to, no spoilers. If you haven't finished it, we shouldn't talk about it, but I made a whole video. If you're curious about it, I made a whole video talking about it. It's on our YouTube, but I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't played it. Well, let's just put it this way. I think that Expedition 33 feels like it's two games combined into one, and if they were separate on their own, it would be amazing. but combined, I feel like it kind of falls apart, and it feels like there's competing themes and elements at play. That's what I kind of feel like. And up until that point, it's amazing. But at that point, for me, it fell apart a little bit. And it ended up feeling like a 7 out of 10 story. I want dispatchers here, but I can't. I mean, I could make custom events. How do I handle this from an architectural standpoint? We have parent BP item slot, and we have manual and automatic. Both should have a dispatcher on an item successfully getting slotted. But do we need that? Do we need that, or could we just run a custom event? No, we should have that, because then it separates the logic. And we don't want to write custom logic for every... No, we wouldn't want to do that. We wouldn't want to write custom logic for every single slot. We want an event to fire. I think we would just put a custom event in the parent and then put a dispatcher that calls that event. I could call items slotted successfully, so no, I don't need to put an event. I just need to have the dispatcher there. Okay, never mind. I don't know what I was thinking. Acts 1 and 2 not being as relevant anymore, and Act 3 was super intentional. Yes. I felt the same way, and I think for some people it's like one of those, if you ever watched the TV show Lost, you remember like the first time they found the hatch, and the show turned from a island survival show into a sci-fi show. And I think similarly to that, if you could be on board with that change and the change in structure, in themes, everything, then I don't see why you wouldn't love Expedition 33 to pieces. But if you were kind of sold and bought into the themes and elements that Expedition 33 said it was going to be and was for a majority of its game, then I think that the Act 3 twist felt unnecessary. Primarily because a lot of the things they say and they do in the first two acts are just proven to be completely pointless and have no meaning on the story or the characters themselves. And it almost feels like fan fiction on top of that with the change. Hard to describe. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, it's weird. And even like the sayings that they build up, right? They reinforce these thematic elements through really powerful phrases. That ends up all literally meaning nothing in the grand scheme of things. Nothing at all. And I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, some people might say, well, that's the point, you know, is to turn the game on its head, the story on its head. But it's like, well, okay, but then what has it even meant up until now? Why reinforce it so much? So come at me. It's like, well, first off, those who come after, you mean nothing? Yeah. You mean the two characters that you could remove from the story and none of the major plot points would change a single at all? It came back. I'm part of the you know, hashtag Renoir did nothing wrong gang. Which I think puts me in a minority. But the moment I learn the truth, I'm like, oh, no, I'm on his side. Yeah, everything he says and has been doing is very fair. I agree. I don't like this call here. I don't mind if we're testing on tick, as long as we properly enable and disable tick. Now, as long as you saw the cutscene, if I'm remembering it correctly, you know, whatever we're talking about should be very, you know, I'm not spoiling anything. I remember I paused it like during that cutscene or shortly after, and that's where it all felt like it unraveled to me, but not in a good way. Where now I was like, okay, wait, but what about this and this and this and this? And everything we've been doing is pointless. And now we have a different fight that I have no emotional attachment to these new things that the game has added. None. And I'm told that I have to care about them more because they are the real things. And it felt like it just like the rug was pulled out from under me. But not in a way where the understanding of the world was wrong, but the themes and the characters were right, but rather every single thing was wrong, but none of it mattered. And I like if you present a case where the antagonist turns out to have understandable and even righteous motives and might even be doing the right thing in your mind. I think that's fucking fantastic, right? That's excellent writing. But as an RPG game, I would then expect you to present me with a way to enable that choice. Because otherwise it just feels like there's dissonance between what the game is wanting me to do, which is fight against the antagonist, when I actually agree with the antagonist. And so you're asking me to do something that I, as a player, don't want to do, which is where that dissonance occurs on a narrative level. And so for me, the third act felt like a twist for twist's sake. And as if it would have been really cool as a separate game or idea. Or maybe just it was the way that it was presented and built up. you build the narrative around this, you know, collective sacrifice and venturing into what is sure to be your demise, which is amazing. And you build these really powerful reinforced phrases, like for those who come after. But then all that turns out to be writing for no purpose because it was all like just a dream. You know, that kind of trope. Want to become a game developer? I have 5 ideas for a game. That's not enough. If you want to become a game developer, you need 50 ideas for a game. And you have 3 of them prototyped a little bit, and then none of them actually finished. Fully idea. Well, define full ideas. Because, you know, I'll show you a GDD for a game, and this wasn't even the full GDD for it. This was just the pre-production GDD. So if you have a full game idea, you better have that much or more. You're gonna do painting. What do you think about these? What is this? Oh, about the different expeditions. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. I won't read those now, but I do think the game has really strong DLC potential. We'll see if they make them. They have more than enough money. Desert survival idea, but I wrote, but you can't code. Do you understand code at least a little bit? Potential other games? I would like to see that. I almost think, yeah. I think I talked a bit about that in my review of the game, but it's been so long. Like we need to return successful or not. And hack PlayStations. What are you looking for advice on how to start out in the industry, or? No, you can ramble. I do that every single day. Professional yapper right here. If you're new to game dev, I think working on your dream game is very special and it gives you a lot of motivation. However, 99.999% chance you will not make it for like a decade. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try, but maybe break down. You'll find that making certain things your first time is going to take you 1,000 times longer than you thought. And eventually you're going to run into the case where even if you successfully make one mechanic, now you have to make 2. And you don't have to make 2 that are in a vacuum, you have to make 2 that communicate with each other. And then you have to do 3, and you somehow have to not create spaghetti at any of those points and code yourself into a wall that you get stuck. But you will. That's normal. That's expected. You know, you have to fail 1,000,000 times to then finally succeed and make one barely functional game that breaks if you touch anything. Making a full survival game that I don't know if it's multiplayer or not, but tell me if it is, because that definitely adds levels of complexity. You know, making a survival game, you have tons of systems that need to work together. It's going to be probably open world, so you need to be able to understand how to build that, especially in an architectural standpoint, and have item persistence, character persistence, respawning, all these things. It's crazy. It's a lot of work. It's an awful lot of work. I would think, you know, start with like one thing. Build a game where you just have to, you know, you start with like a mechanic, like eating mechanic. And if you don't eat, it starts to tick down. And if it ticks fully down, you die and it restarts the level or something. You know, start with something like that. Learn how to show it on the UI. Yeah, level streaming's a pain in the dick. All this stuff, just one little thing at a time. Find a way to make it fun, because if you have a survival game, you need to be able to pick up items, which means you need an inventory, and inventories are kind of a mechanical nightmare. And then you have to add all like the UI elements, and there's about 1,000 ways a inventory UI can go wrong. It's a lot. Yeah, tiny games each for a certain mechanic. Yeah. And like I said, you'll code yourself into a corner. It will happen. I'm saying that there's not really a point to writing things down in detail if you cannot make them. And it's not that writing things is bad, but I'll show you like the notes to systems that I make when I make them. Let me see if we can find some. It's shit that looks like this. Like, I know what the systems should have. And I might write things to help walk myself through it, like rubber duck myself. Anything more than that is not worth writing, because you need to experiment, you need to make it, you need to learn, figure out the unknowns, the complexities, the things that you can or can't do well, and just evolve it in ways that feel fun. Like, this morning, I had no idea what I wanted to work on in our engine, in our game, or in our toolkit, let's say. And I took a base idea of, oh, it would be cool if blank. It would be cool if we could slot items by like tossing them. That's it. And so I wrote down literally this, and this is my entire design for what we're doing today. Everything else is just, let's evolve it as we go and see if it's fun to engage with in the way that I had envisioned it. Once it's actually made and properly set up, then we can expand that into something that would fit more for like a GDD, where you would want to be able to explain how it works, how you see it evolving visually throughout development, or from like an audio standpoint, explaining it in more detail. And that way you have it more documented for posterity or for people who are being onboarded to a project, things like that. Yeah, game jams are a good place to start. And game jams are great because they help you to understand scope and complexity, and you get to meet more people in the process too. So, you know, I understand, like, if you're new to game dev or design, you have this, and I was in the same boat, so understand I am just as bad to just over design and overwrite everything, because that's what you know how to do in that moment, is to write your ideas down. But if you cannot make your ideas are meaningless. And ideas are generally meaningless or valueless in game dev anyway, because everybody has good ideas. It's whether or not you can actually bring them to fruition, and bring them to fruition in a way that is functional and fun, that is the big determining factor in success, or one of. I'm gonna make a 2D hack and slash just to understand states. Turn into this. Oh, this is cool. That flows pretty well. I like that. This has wall jumps. Oh yeah. That's really clean. I like that. That's the perfect size and scope. And you probably learned that certain things you thought were easy were much more difficult, and certain things that You didn't think you needed? Feels good though. Feels good to run around. You got the movement down well. I think an Expedition 33 stuff you didn't like was the point of the game. You never know how meaningless your life is. Yeah, but does that make the game any better when you realize that everything you were working towards is pointless? Because then it feels like I was sold one product but given another. And I bought the game on the first premise. Well, what I got undermined the very themes that they had built up. So it felt like the initial hours of the game didn't have a point. And everything that I was told to care in turned out to be fake. Like purposefully destroying the immersion and emotional stakes. And not all the characters, by the way. But I do think that there are probably about half of the characters, if like literally they serve no purpose in the cutscenes. There's no actions that are attributed to them that would have changed the outcome of the story if you remove them. They have no arc. And even if they had an arc, it wouldn't matter because they are not real. So I think some people like that, sure. But for me, it was needless. If we can put it that way. I think we could reset it if the player takes it out. Like actor. Like a narrative rug pull. It was a narrative rug pull, but one that I don't think turned the game into something better. It turned it into something different. And something that, if told in a different way, would have been very successful and good. But when you combine the two ideas together, I felt that they clashed. I don't know if it makes sense. I also had problems with the combat system, but they were less egregious to me than the story and character issues. There's going to be an issue with this, how we implement this, where if we have two items that are supposed to be accepted, get messed up in this way. It's only a problem for the manual one, because for the automatic, it can just accept the first one that matches the criteria. But if there are two items in the manual one that match the criteria, realistically, we should keep a working array of the items that overlap that match that criteria. And as long as there is at least one that matches the criteria, we can run the test on those items. It's gonna be a little bit complex. I might just worry about that tomorrow. I want to play some KCD2 today. Act 3 feels like it has no purpose, either after Act 1 and 2. I don't feel like Act 3 in the game doesn't have a purpose. It just feels like the purpose to the game is it's completely different. It's like 100% different to the purpose of Act 1 and 2. It's like you're playing a different game at that point. And that different game, for me, I agreed with the antagonist. But I wasn't given the opportunity to agree with the antagonist until the very end. So the dissonance was there for the entirety of the act, it was a very rushed act, by the way. I don't think it was set up very well. And yeah, there was a bit of a, like, the what's the point. I don't think that the option of conclusions was bad, but that the build up to that felt a bit forced. And then the entire third act felt like a mad rush to get the game over, as opposed to actually building up and developing the characters with this revolution. I think we just need to refactor this tomorrow. We know it works, though. We know the testing of the vectors works, which is a really good point. And the manual test is turning out to be more complex than the automatic one. Because the automatic one is just, did object collide with sphere collider? Is this the object we're looking for? Okay, run a timeline, f-interp to location or lerp to location, bing bang boom, done. Yeah, we're gonna need to, I'm gonna need to do something that I did in Cauldron Chronicles and also Into the Chasm, and keep a inventory of the items that are actually matching within the text box. So this should be easy. But I want to refactor that today because we gotta play some KCD2. I had to do it even more complex in Into the Chasm, our platformer game. Because, you know, I have like a bounce pad, right? And when the player jumps on the bounce pad, they get bounced. However, if the mesh is inconsistent in geometry, the player could interact with it multiple times in a row. We don't want this. We could put a cooldown on it, right? About, you know, like, I don't know, 0.1 seconds before being interacted with. However, meshes can also bounce in the bounce pad. So we can't do a cooldown because then it would prevent either us or the meshes from bouncing in a row. So what do we have to do? We have to keep a dynamic list of these meshes and the characters that are bouncing on it and how long it's been since their last bounce. It was way more complex than I thought it would be. But it is very functional. And there's our impulsed actors map. But that allows us to have our bounce pad that will work with even weird mesh collision. This one only works for the actors, or for the meshes, I should say. This one is for both. So then we can avoid the multiple impulses in a row. So I just need to do something like that. Should be pretty easy. It would also be nice one day to actually finish up this project. All the people that we were supposed to work with pulled out of the project, which is pretty sad. I even have ice. Or mud. Really good mechanics we made for this. Very easy to work with. Decoupled character movement from camera. That was useful too. We shall return to it. So yeah, I think tomorrow we'll keep working on these item slots. I really like it. The math is working, the overlap test, but we need to make sure that if the player has 2 items within that box at one time, we make sure to check both of them, and if one of them is removed, we don't run any incorrect functionality on either the item slot itself or the overlapped actors, only the one that is actually removed. And then we can still continue to check with the one that's inside of it. And then we can just take a lot of the functional code from this, and I don't even think there's much overlap between the manual slot and the automatic slot. And like I said, it's way easier to make the automatic slot. It's just a check. It's just an overlap check. Do once, run a timeline. When timeline finishes, run event. That's it. The manual one is the more annoying one of the two. Or we could finish it up today and just not play any KCD2. But I do have to finish that game before December. Like 1 month, because we have to do our GOTY stream. And I have no idea how much of that game is left. I'll just keep working on this today. I'm inspired. Let's just follow the inspiration. Delete this for now. Delete those. And we'll change this to overlapped actors. If I set a timer by function, will that function run on the timer while ticking or while not ticking? Let's test it. Run that looping every second. Default, we do not tick. Wrong hookup, sorry. Yes, timer will still run even when not ticking. Okay. We have to pause the timer. Doable, doable, doable. Good to know. check actor for component. Let's enable tick at the end. Might bind an event to tick enabled. No, but I could make custom dispatchers for that. Ignore that for now. Is not empty. Get overlapped actors for each. Do a validity check. We could do a reverse for loop too. Let's do it this way. Reverse for each on that. If validity is false, get local actors, remove index, and then set overlapped actors to equal local actors. So the reason we do this is so that we do the reverse for each loop so that when we're removing indices from the local array, which we've made a copy of from the overlapped actors, it's not going to mess up the order of the array. And so otherwise, if you do it in normal, you know, and you have 0, 1, 2, if you remove 1, well, now 2 becomes 1, but 2 might be invalid, but now you can't check for 2 because 2 doesn't exist. So we can do it this way. We do the reverse. So that first we check, okay, 2 not valid, remove 2, 1 is also not valid, remove 1, and we're collapsing the array from bottom up and not from top to bottom. That way we don't ever end up with invalid indice checks. And then we just set the original array to equal the local. Problem solved. Where's my music? Play my music. There we go. I don't want to run that every tick though. I would rather just run that every... I could run it every tick. Let me poop out empty. And if we poop out empty, which is true, then we want to disable tick. We only want tick to be enabled while there is at least one valid actor inside. We'll rename this to test overlapped actors. And just, add a for each loop at the start. We know that at least one valid actor exists. We'll definitely want to take the item from the player if it is successfully slotted in. We also want to make sure that the item to test for is actually the or we just remove that. This need to be expanded. Test overlapped actors. Let's start with that. Overlapped actors. We'll just do another quick is not empty check. Why not? A little bit redundant, but better safe than sorry. Let's do a for each loop. We can probably go with a break. Or no, we don't even need to do that, because if we just, whatever is the first one that is successful is the one that we will return with. No point putting a break in there. We can keep the validity check. That's fine. We'll just let our custom garbage collector take care of that next time it ticks. Obviously, if this completes and it doesn't exit, it is not successful, so we just want to exit with that. We do not want to exit here if that does not exist. This would be pointless. Otherwise, all of that should run. And on completed, well, number one, we need to reset this each time we run. This is not needed. Probably missed hooking something up. Yeah, what did I miss? Okay, it's still ticking, that's one issue. Other issue is that it's not successful. Why is it not? Oh, because we didn't actually remove it from the array. I forgot I said I'd save that till later. This is the later. What are you doing, IGS? Where's my sounds? Oh, I probably didn't start up, mix it up. My bad, my bad. Sorry. Okay. In 10 seconds, they'll be back. How's it going? It's going good today. Or it's going well. How's it going with you? Remove item will not remove the index, but it might be safer just to let our script handle that. Because it'll find that it's not valid and then it'll automatically remove it anyway, so rather than put a remove index here too, maybe we'll just let that go. Yeah. And then if I have a second item in there, well, technically this shouldn't, I'm going to put the bowling pin in. You guys can't see me doing it, but I'm going to do it. But it shouldn't add that as an actor, so it should still stop ticking, yes. However, if we have two C4, I pull in another one. Wink. Okay, if we have two C4, And one. I don't think you guys need to watch me putting it in there. And number 2. We have 2 of them in there. I will remove the first one. Still ticking. Drop it in. Remove the second one. Still tick. I will remove all of them. And tick. Beautiful. That looks great. Started playing with fishing. I'm having a blast. What, fishing in like games? You're making fishing? Which fishing? Who's fishing? Real fishing? Dude, I haven't been real fishing in ages. And I like fishing too. But I don't have like a car. So I'd have to ride the train to get to the closest reasonable place to fish. And I was like, do I want to jump on the train to go fishing, and then if I catch anything, I have to bring it back on the train? It just seems like a little bit of work. I'll show you the closest place that I have to fish. It would be up here in these lakes. I've taken a look at everything else, and nothing really has anything reasonable. So I'd have to ride the train up to Dąbrowa Górnicza, and probably a bus up to here. Which is just like, and I don't know if it's a word that. Oh, here's the train stop. So I mean, it's not like a horrible ride. Like one of these bus stops I could hop on and. It's not a bad little fishing hole. I was wondering if I can make a game for my wife. Also need fishing in my hunting game, so I got pro fishing plugin for Unreal and started building a fishing game for her. Way to learn the template and build something. That's pretty cool. I made my own fishing minigame for Colden Chronicles. It's pretty cool. Look like shit though. But you can like see the fishies moving. We know the test wasn't working correctly though, right? Let me double check. Oh, because we didn't plug in the actor ref. Oopsies. That's probably the only issue. Hey, Angel Piecer. Project going? I think it's going pretty well. New, very emergent mechanic. Oh. Why? Is like one of my vectors not overlapping, but I think it is. Is it like subtly not overlapping? No, that looks like it's perfectly in. I know why. I know why. Problem solved. I forgot that had to default to true. Yeah, there we go. And that ran once. Okay. Good. That has been refactored. We know ticking is working. We know the check is working. We know actor removal from array is working. Or at least I am pretty damn sure it is. But we can't be too careful. Okay, 1. This should be still 1 because this is not a valid actor for it. This should be 2. Still 2. 1. And 0. Stop ticking. Okay, with the item slotted, we actually need to slot the item. So we need to take the item. We need to force and grab it from the player. And we can either return... Let's do it this way. We'll force and grab it from the player. And we'll take the existing... We'll just destroy it. So if it's successful, I want the successful actor. Let's promote this to a variable for currently tested actor. If valid. Israel is rolling out unremovable spyware on the firmware for Samsung series on the App Cloud. Rolling out unremovable spyware. They're making it illegal to have unremovable spyware. Which unremovable spyware? Is it like all those Samsung bullshit apps, like when you buy some, you know, laptop or something too, and it's like Acer Care, Samsung phone health. Oh, I don't want to delete this because this is good for my phone's health. Kernel level pre-installed. Lies, right? I hate that stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't like that, like, manufacturer added bullshit to it. I do not like it. Sam, I am. Probably still have a bunch of that stuff too. Yeah, I've got like 3 Samsung bullshit things. I don't want any of them. All I heard was Acer. Yeah, because I bought my wife an Acer laptop and it has like a whole bunch of those bullshit things. And I can't even access the BIOS on it. I mean, there's probably a way to do it, but I hate laptops and how fucking restrictive they are. I had to replace the fans on her GPU and CPU. You can't do it without pulling up the heatsink. So I had to clean off. I mean, I probably should have done it anyway because I cleaned off the old paste. But how in the hell? Why in the hell would I ever want to buy a laptop where to replace the fans, I have to completely pull out the heatsink and re-paste everything? Horrible. Absolutely horrible design. And then I can't even access the BIOS on it. Right to repair doesn't mean they need to make it easy for you. I'm gonna say at this point, I will never buy a laptop again without first checking a teardown video. Like if that shit, number one, doesn't have easy to install drive and RAM, obviously big red flag. And then if I have to pull out the heatsink and repaste it in order to replace fans, fuck no. Fuck no. Never again. I wish there were like an easy way to just hand make a laptop. Like if they sold, I know it's an impossible ask, right? But in an ideal world, you would be able to buy laptop components and build your own laptop in the same way that you can do with a PC, and just like buy a different case, right? I think there's actually a lot of potential if you could find any manufacturer or manufacturers to like jump on this ship. I think you can make a really successful company selling build your own laptops. Like, I like this backlit keyboard with this frame, this internal support for 3 fans, CPU, GPU, motherboard, 3 NVMe slots. Yeah, it's like you would need so many manufacturers on board with it, and you would need to standardize it. And I don't think you could ever do that without some sort of like oversight from legislation. Roll-up monitors, just sell a mini PC. I mean, fair. Custom's hard to scale as a business. I think you could do it if you had. Okay, I'll put it this way. If a manufacturer of laptops and of all the components themselves created this system, I think you would see a lot of sales. So like, let's say Asus built their own, they have their motherboards, they have the cases, like one of them would have to get on board and do it all on their own with help from Intel or, an NVIDIA and stuff, or Asus or AMD, and I think it could be done. But I don't think a third-party company could do it. Anything's possible. Anything's possible if you have a dream. With enough hard work, Cruel Crusader, you too can make the next open world MMORPG with fully destructible environment and 100,000 players and 100 real languages, and every choice is remembered. You just have to believe in yourself. We can't reset the main mesh back to its original material, right? Is there a way to reset the main mesh material, the mesh material? Back to default? Set default custom primitive, no. Let me see. UE5 reset mesh material. I can cache. I don't want to cache it if I can help it though. Yeah, I know I can cache it, but I want to know if there's a way to not cache it. Everything's just saying cache it. I feel like you could just remake it. But I can't destroy the main mesh component, right? It's the root component. If I destroy the root component. I want to avoid caching it. I could make a new static mesh with the same properties. Or like the same static mesh, but just let it be default. And then just hide the original one. A little cringe though. A little cringe. Wouldn't that be worse? I'm thinking that it would be. How hard it should know the default. Can we like get the wait, hold on. Oh my god. I don't need all that. There's gotta be a way to do this. There's gotta be a way to do this bullshit. But I think it would just keep the material. It's invisible. That's not the default material. Should we ask the AI? This feature is currently unavailable because parental controls are in place. Oh no, did they find out that I was asking it to show boobs yesterday? No. That would be really funny though. I would lose my mind if that was the case. Don't ask. Well, it said it could explain any node, so I made a node called show boobs. And I asked it to explain it. What do you want from me? I was curious, okay? But now I have parental controls. Damn it. I'll ask my mom if she can give me access to that. Actually, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if anybody in the Unreal source has had that problem. Parental. don't see it. I'm the only one. I'm the only one with parental controls on my Unreal AI because I was memeing with it yesterday. Damn you, Epic. As long as they don't ban my account. Now I'm kind of worried they banned my Fab account or something, my Unreal account. Yeah, but I'm not even logged in. Am I logged in? Sign in failed. Uh-oh. That would suck. The fuck? Please unblock Cloudflare to proceed. I don't have Cloudflare blocked. The hell? Cloudflare's down? Well, that could explain it. Yeah, that might explain it. Twitter's down. Oh, it is. Holy shit. That definitely might explain why this is. God, thank God. I thought asking UE5 AI assistant to explain my custom show boobs node would result in like a ban or something. Ooh. We're okay. We're okay. I feel like Cloudflare has been going down a lot this year. I don't know. At some point, I'm wondering if, maybe some kind of like organization should intervene because this is a little bit ridiculous if it shuts down just half the fucking internet. Is this actually getting the default? Oh, it didn't print anything. Is it getting the right class? I mean, that makes sense. Defaulting to none. And I don't know a way around just caching it, but I don't like the idea of doing that. We don't need to. We have the actor. Why don't we just, if we know that the actor is of the same class, then why don't we just get the fucking material from this? Like, we know it's this, number one. We know that's loaded. So doing a cast here should not be dangerous by any means. I don't think I could just set the static mesh though. I just don't want to cache it, all that because I don't know, it feels like useless overhead. I feel like I have all the information that I need to not cache it, so I'm trying to avoid caching it. and instead rely on the information I have. I don't want to say it's a bad thing. It's just, if I can avoid it, I'd like to avoid it. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I would have to... I'll move this over to like a function, I think, but what I should do is get materials. And then set materials with a for each loop. As long as it's valid, but it should be valid. How did you pick it up if it isn't valid? Are any news reporters licking their lips for a story with this? Oh, for the Cloudflare? This just in, Unreal Engine 5 developer thought his account was banned for typing in show boobs into an AI assistant, only to learn that the reality was, Cloudflare was down. More at 11. See if that works. It did not reset the materials. Access none. On main mesh, why? What do you mean? Oh. Could not find glyph index with 0 with code point. What? I don't give a shit about your droid sans fallback. .ttf. And I could add a second mesh, but I want to avoid a second mesh too. Because then we'd have two meshes. And the main mesh is the root. So like, if it wasn't the root, I could just delete that one and add a new one. Main mesh is not a U class. Shut the fuck up. What do you know? I know the issue. I know the issue. Aha! We're back. Cloudflare is up. I'm still banned. Damn it. Lies. Twitter's back. My parental lock is removed. Okay, we're okay. Blasphemy or giving misinformation. Misinformation is allowed here. The only thing that's not allowed in this channel is information. We had the force drop. You want to play wrong answers? No, I definitely don't. When I'm developing a game, and you guys are really hopeful, I don't want to start to normalize wrong information. You're right. That was part of the component, though. I'd have to cast to the component. What's the good way to handle this? I could cast to the component, or we could put in a blueprint interface call to there. I don't know what the cleanest way of doing it is. Cause like I can do this, and there's a force and there's force and fine tuning. Let me check the component. Let me check the component. There is event end play. Well, we could just destroy it then if we have that. And that should release us from the obligation. Oop. Picked that one up on accident. Yeah. I do want to return its collision back too when it gets successfully slotted. And I could destroy the item test box as well, but I'm a little unsure about that because these would remain. And I don't know if it would cause a lot of issues. I can try it though if we just set this. Like nullify and then destroy the component. I don't need to do this. I'm just curious if it throws errors if I do it. It seemed to. I'll try with one just barely overlapping and just see what happens. Ooh. It didn't throw anything. Oh, we fixed that. That was prior. Okay. We can test that actually by throwing that into our test level. But I need to clean up the BP a little bit. Blueprints, item slots, slot actors. And we poop this in here. Winkles. It's good to me. Doesn't have a tooltip though. Hold on. Fix that. Wait, we gave it the tooltip. The fuck? Work, you bitch. Oh. Oh, the tooltip needs tick to work. We don't enable tick until an item is inside of it. That is a problem. Give me a sec, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I know a way to solve it. It's kind of annoying because fucking with my architecture. Your thoughts on games without tutorial. Okay, so the normal way that this should work is we provide tick to all actors and components with the right that inherit from the right actor. I would think that this does inherit. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Item slot inherits from interactable. Interactable should inherit, so we should be able to enable tick when in range. But I think that we shouldn't be... You know what's happening is we are providing tick, but the overlapped actors is empty, and therefore we are disabling tick. But we need tick to work in order to have the tooltip working, as far as I'm aware. Or not, and I'm dumb. Why is the tooltip not working? It was working in the other map until I broke it. That's the wrong map again. Something broke the tooltips on this. Why? I know exactly why. There's no collision. Not an issue with the BP, an issue with the collider. Easy fix. Take the main mesh. In item slot and ignore everything except visibility trace. Or not. Oh. And make sure to actually give a quarry collision. That's better. That's pretty cool. And we could always change its its tooltip when it's slotted, or just remove that entirely. Or just nullify its tooltip, actually, its tooltip ID, because then that way it won't show anything. That's pretty awesome. Tutorials are in a weird place, so I will give my opinion on it, because it is like a game design question to some extent. If the audience of your game is something that you are just very sure they already know how to play games, and I don't think that that's an assumption that you can make easily, or your game is just so easy to pick up and understand that it doesn't really require further instruction, I think you can get away with it. But I don't know if there are too many games like that explicitly. Open world roguelike survival sandbox. I think you're gonna want a tutorial. I'm gonna be real. Like if it was like some arcade game or something where you just press space, you know, you just need to tell players, hey, press space to do the thing. But I think you do. You could always have like select your level of understanding of games, right? And it'll tell you like, hey, if you already know how to play games like this, we're gonna skip all the default shit like WASD, jump, whatever. Look around with your mouse. Wow, that's novel. And you know, we'll just tell you how to like do the really intricate, unique things. I mean, that would be nice. I definitely, as a player, I would be like, yeah, tell me the one where you actually tell me the interesting, unique things about your game that I wouldn't know the controls for, and I will assume everything else. Like, okay, which is it, C or Control to crouch? I will figure out by pressing the right button, right? Shift to run. Thanks for telling me. I've never played a game like that before. Left, yeah. Look left 3 times or something. Now look right 3 times. I'm sure some people need tutorials like that. Especially for like more casual games or games where this might be somebody's first game like this that they're playing. But you know, I don't know, making a good tutorial is hard, but if you really want to spend the time making one, then you know, making like a good one, then I would just like options to, yes, I already know how to do basic bullshit in your game. Pretend that I already know how to press W, A, S, and D to move. And let's move on from that. That's pretty cool. I gotta say, it. Oh. Oh, because they weren't part of a. I forgot to make them part of the data layer. Just ignore that. Why was that erroring? Hold on. Oops, wrong button. It's very generic, and the surface level controls are fairly basic, but as you play the mechanics, reveal themselves for the most part. I would say then just like if you really want to go deep with it, just make some options. Because I know as a player I would really appreciate that. Ah. I thought we had a check if the data table was valid. I bet though it's checking. I think I know exactly what's going wrong here. But I do have row not found. Do I still need to do a validity check? Right. Validity checks everywhere. You'd think they would have baked in some validity checks into these functions, but maybe they've decided not to. Okay. We're good. Problem solved. I play gun, that is how I like tutorials to be played out. They just teach you shit when you need it or helpful. I'll show you the tutorial that I really liked in a game. A bit of an older game, some of you might remember it. It is Far Cry Blood Dragon.
Security override. Activate tutorial programs for Sergeant Rex Power Code.
Acknowledged. Loading basic tutorial batch 101 from Military Navigation for Idiots. Auto-holstering weapons for silent approach.
Oh, you fucking asshole.
Now have fun.
Press A to demonstrate your ability to read.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Jump, if you wish to jump.
Pressing A enables you to move in a Z-axis arc without touching the ground in between. I fucking love it.
Spider, I hate you.
Crouch to go lower.
Crouch activates your quadriceps and challenges your sense of balance. I don't know, like if you're gonna, at least if you're gonna do a tutorial where you want to teach players basic shit, you know, try to make it funny or entertaining.
Just let me kill people, damn it.
To look around, look around.
This is not cool.
Moving allows you to go in many
It doesn't even let you move yet either, and it like auto holsters your weapon in a fucking Far Cry game. But at least, you know, it's entertaining, it's funny.
directions.
Left stick to walk, which is focusing on slowing down your pace from run to something significantly slower.
Why?
Running is like walking, only faster.
I love it. And it's like, this was sold as like a standalone DLC for people that had bought Far Cry 3, right? So it's like, nobody's buying this without knowing how to play Far Cry. So it was just kind of a, I think it was good. If you're going to implement a tutorial like that, I think that's the funny way to do it. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, I wanted to move a lot of this over to like a proper function for do we really need to? You know what? I'm gonna move it over to a function if I feel like we need to. How about that? The good news is I know it works. That is the good news. Do we need to do anything with this? I think I should be able to like throw this down, and if it properly. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, the tooltip was still showing. Not a big deal. Let me try that again. Small bug. Shit. Damn you. Even going the rust route where you just dropped in a hostile wood, so even if I put it to it, I'd probably get mauled. Maybe you could take a look at like the Arc Raiders tutorial, because I think the Arc Raiders tutorial was pretty nice. I don't know if anybody else agrees. But it was both immersive, it was enjoyable, it's fast. You get a good sense for the gameplay. What game? Arc Raiders. Because he's making a game like an open world survival like Rust, and I feel like Arc Raiders had a pretty nice tutorial. Just something that I remembered from recent. And has similar elements. Like, as far as I remember, it didn't treat you like a big dummy. Well, it looks fine. Maybe it's just there for like one tick. Doesn't matter. I don't recall the Arc Raiders tutorial treating you like telling you how to do basic shit. I could be wrong. You know what I bet it did? If I had to guess, I think when you first start up the game, it detects if you move within a certain amount of time, and if you do, it doesn't show the on-screen tutorial for how to move. Which is a really subtle but smart way to do it, because it's like people who already know how to play a game like this aren't going to need that bullshit, so just why show it to them? But you can pretty quickly detect if somebody isn't doing something and pop it up, because it just goes immediately into here's the level, no on-screen tutorial here. It gives you a objective, then it pops up about running, but the player is already running, and that quickly disappears. Teaches you about the unique mechanic, but doesn't even tell you because it has the on-screen tooltip here. Very subtle. I like that, actually. I think that's a really nice... I like that a lot. Yeah, most games on Steam don't make don't make very much money, that's true. They do not. A lot of work to put a game up on Steam too. If you want any sort of like visibility or decent reviews, it's actually quite a bit of work. A lot of artwork is needed. Okay, we can work on the... I think I'm pretty happy with the manual slotting, but we need auto slotting, which is entirely its own code. But I think it'll be easier. And then I think we could probably work on adding, maybe tomorrow, some custom control over it, like whether or not we show... Because right now we just kind of show the outline from afar, but it would be nice if it only shows that when you're near or something. We know that the underlying code works, we just need to like improve upon it so that it at least provides the opportunity for developers to use it in the way that they want. Because I don't think you want to be halfway across a level and see that there's a place to slot an item in. Probably not up until you're closer to it. That wouldn't be very cool. We can delete this one. This we just need to add to the data layer. It's good. Someone can't figure out generic movement controls. I'll let someone on YouTube get some traffic to explain it. I think it's worth testing, you know, if you feel like the main audience of your player base is going to be fine without it, sure. Like, there's no right or wrong to game development. But if even like 5% of your players wish you had one, you might filter 5% of people out who buy your game and write a negative review because they couldn't figure out how to play the game. And that can really harm things. There's also a monetization element to it where if you have a tutorial that's 30 minutes or something, that's 30 minutes that most of your players will play, guaranteed, and this adds on to that 2-hour refund window. Not saying you should think like that, but that is a element to it. Just saying. I think Dying Light 2 had that problem, where it was like a 2-hour tutorial. And so people who were just trying to see if they could get into the world and if they liked the game couldn't even refund it. The new Dying Light is much better though. Item to test for. This just needs a sphere collider, realistically. Just saw Black Ops 7 refunds. How do you see how many refunds they had? Because that info is only available through internal data. They wouldn't have revealed that, especially for a public company. Or is it like retail refunds that you're hearing or something? Begin overlap if other actor class is equal to class to test for, item to test for. Woke. I don't know if the new Call of Duty is woke. I think it just sucks. I don't think it's woke though. Or like make shit game go broke. If we wanted, there could be an option. We can, you know, if we want to refactor tomorrow, we can do it. But we could say that the full item is required to be in there at once, or at least 4 vectors of the item's bounds are supposed to be in there. Right now, I'll just do if any part of it connects. We'll do the lerp. They swapped with the woke developers. Well, not every game that gets developed and is bad is made by woke developers, and not every game developed by people who probably think and believe in that ideology are bad. I know plenty of games with developers that think that way that have turned out to be amazing. Hell, I think a lot of people who worked on Expedition 33 probably think that way. young team out of France. I think it's just an issue of, do you shove that ideology into your game? Do you try to preach to your audience? And I think any ideology, when it's being shoved in and feels preachy like that, can just be annoying and turn out pretty boring and horrible. Oops. Timeline. Can't we set a custom curve? Is it possible to set a custom curve for a timeline? No, but yes. I remember what we did. We did it for Into the Chasm, but we used a timeline lerp to grab a point on a curve. That's how we did it, on a curve asset. I remember now. I will set it up for now, though, to finterp. But we could refactor it to allow for either, depending on developer choice. Let's try 2 seconds. See how that feels. I mean, everybody was calling Ghost of Yote woke, and we played it. I didn't. There was nothing woke in that game. And I know, with good authority, that there are quite a few people at Sucker Punch that the Seattle-based company that probably hate Trump and love the Democrats. Just they chose not to inject that bullshit into their game. And it's the same way that I wouldn't want some conservatard to shove their bullshit into a game too. Yeah, I think, you know, I saw a tweet from Dan's Gaming, and I think he put it the most succinctly. Like, who is Call of Duty even? Like, what? I think he's either said who is Call of Duty for even right now, or like what is Call of Duty at this point? And I mean, whichever one it was, I think they're both valid. What is Call of Duty at this point? Because it doesn't feel like a game about war. It doesn't feel like a arcade military game. It doesn't feel like a immersive, more simulator military game. It just feels like shooter, but it doesn't feel like Call of Duty. Even Dragon Age Veilguard was closer to Dragon Age Origins than Black Ops 7 is to original Call of Duties. I feel like we should destroy the. We should spawn in a static mesh actor Always spawn ignore collisions. Disable collision on it. We need this to be at the same transform as the actor that came in. And let's lerp vector. Or transform. Actually, not vector. We can lerp transform. Lerp transform. We should. Original. Do once. Cache that. Spawn in a static mesh actor. Or we could add a new component. Set static mesh actor equal to the actor static mesh. A little janky. Dying here. There's a lot of companies that aren't really taking risks anymore. I mean, I'm even struggling to get through Outer Worlds too, because honestly, it just doesn't feel like a risky game. And I don't even think that some of its RPG elements are bad. In fact, they feel pretty old school. You know, it's like no matter which build you pick, you will not be able to do certain things or experience some content. And I've missed that in modern RPGs, where it feels like you can just do everything as long as you are able to find it. But then the writing is pretty safe. There's no other unique mechanic that I haven't really seen in other games before. It's just like, I think even Avowed was a bit more risky in some cases. And I didn't hate Avowed. But I think if you took all the best elements of Outer Worlds 2 and Avowed, you'd actually start to have a pretty interesting cocktail for RPG games. Which is weird too, this is coming from Obsidian, like... At this point for RPG games, Owlcat is like one of the few hopes. Especially in the CRPG space. I think the CRPG space is pretty decent. Though I don't think that Baldur's Gate 3 was risky in its writing in any way. Unfortunately. The RPG genre is on life support? I don't know about that. I mean, the RPG genre is pretty big, right? Arguably speaking, quite a few of the Game of the Year nominations were RPGs, so people are playing them. I mean, they still sell like hotcakes. I think action RPGs are undergoing a bit of an identity crisis. CRPGs are making a return. I don't know. Competitive? I think so too. We've gotten a lot of safe RPGs in recent history. Like big safe RPGs. Veilguard, Avowed was still pretty safe and tame, and Outer Worlds 2 is super tame. I forgot what I was doing. Just staring at the screen. I don't know if adding another static mesh component is the right play here. Can we just move the main mesh? Yeah, but then the item collider, I'd be moving that too. I think I have to do a little bit of finagling here. I have to play with timings. We need to hide the main mesh on successful overlap. We need to spawn in a new mesh with the identical mesh characteristics of the overlapping item. Lerp it into place and then destroy it. And set the main mesh equal to... We need to restore its material like we did for the manual slot. A little bit awkward. I don't think AI agents are going to replace RPG. I don't think they're going to. The thing is, if it becomes super cheap and easy to make AI driven games, then the value of those games is equal to the time and energy spent to make it. Which, the easier it becomes to make AI generated games, the less value that they actually have. In addition to that, AI cannot currently handle the persistence, the memory, and I mean those are the big two, for games like RPGs. On top of that, I think that there's a dissonance between stories being told by AI and the people who are experiencing them. Most people don't want to experience a story that wasn't written by a human, because it loses all of its meaning at that point. Now, maybe you could argue that a lot of players won't be able to tell, sure, fair. But once they discover that, just like with Telltale games back in the day, when the illusion is gone, when the man behind the curtain is revealed to not be a man at all, but to be a robot, I think people will just not connect with that at all. Nobody right now is reading AI-generated books. Not really. Nobody's paying for it. People are starting to pay for AI usage in games, but certainly not to the extent that it is replacing something as important as writing. Yeah, but I don't even think AI replacing the NPCs. I mean, I think that there are, if you explain, you know, use case, maybe. But the memory and persistence is not good enough yet for that. And this assumes that being able to go into that sandbox and do anything you want, if it even works correctly, is a replacement to the RPG genre. And I don't know. Like if a dragon takes out a town, players and NPCs, future NPCs will tell stories of how other NPCs and players came together to take it down. Maybe, but you still run into a point where the most I feel like AI would replace in that scenario is the system to store and grab that information, but not as a replacement to handwritten information. I don't know. We haven't seen a use case of AI doing something like that and being successful and making money yet. And that could just be a yet, but it could also be a, okay, we said that 20 years ago and still it hasn't been there. I don't know which one it will be. She'll make it my life goal. I mean, if it's possible, there are some games that are promising that right now, but honestly, with the amount of time that they're taking to develop their games, they could have just hired people and done it in other ways. I don't know. And then this is assuming that the market will accept something like this. That I don't know. It could be that a majority of people in the market will accept it. It could be the opposite. It could be that some will accept it, but not enough to recuperate the budget required to make it properly. Could just be a matter of time. Okay, we need a lerp. I still feel like just adding a... This will not hold up, I think, under scrutiny, this setting, even though it will work for now. Have you seen me working instead of playing a game? I'll just let you know. I don't mean this to be rude to any of you. The more I get pressured to work on games, especially if I don't want to, the less I want to do. I will only work if I feel inspired to work and if I have something to work on. Today was one of those days. Not every day is like that. So for for the sake of not upsetting me, just don't mention whether or not I should be or shouldn't be working on something. That's all I can say. Do I want to store that? Probably need to. Spawn slot mesh. Doesn't feel like people are willing to pay for anything made with AI. No, it doesn't seem like that so far. Building your own neural network. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, so far I agree with Bake. Like, people are not paying for AI generated stuff to the level that it is making money. Like, I think some people are getting scammed, right? They're getting sold AI artwork, or it's being marketed to them through like advertising. But it's certainly not something that people seem to desire. And I think gamers are stubborn. How you doing? Hi, howdy. There's been, it's similar to like VR. And VR really, it was, like VR was a gimmick. Up until you could actually sell a product that sold VR. Because VR is not going to sell itself. People want they want to know what games they're going to be playing on VR. Otherwise, they have no point to buy VR. And if you can't sell a product that is worth the implementation of AI, then people aren't going to want it. Because people have been making exceptional games without AI for decades. Some of the most played games to date have been made without AI. So you have to contend with that. Stalker's doing your concept, but on an event level system? Oh, with A-Life? But it's not AI, it's not like LLM driven or something, right? Have to have a demand for VR? That's true too, yeah. Yeah, that's very true. How you doing, C-Spawn? You have an AI take? Go for it. Let's get all the AI takes out in the open. Blood in my throat. If AI can copy you, that means you're generic? I think if it's trained to copy you, there's very little you can do to prevent it from copying you. I mean, here's the thing with AI, and you might think players want full unpredictability in their games. Hot take for game design, players want predictability. They want some unpredictability. But entire unpredictability often makes for goals that are difficult to discern. And difficult to know which pathway to take to accomplish your goals. God. I played Elden Ring, correct me if I'm wrong. Game is super successful because of the combat. The combat seems predictable. Well, combat's a little bit different than NPCs. But yeah, I mean, I would say that definitely you can beat Elden Ring without ever taking damage, right? Because it's all skill-based. There's no randomness that is unable to be avoided in Elden Ring. Well, he means more like dialogue and like the actions that they're taking. So it's, yeah, a little bit different. Half the fun of Rust is not knowing if we'll make it back to... But yeah, but that's... You're looking at players. And players themselves are unpredictable. You're talking about like NPCs that are acting like players. And I think to a certain extent that can be great. But you still need to assign some level of, personality to them. And at that point, you already have a system that's running off of inputs. So it's not like, what do you do at that point? Do you ask your LLM to return a random number between 0 and 10? Because I'll tell you what, it's not going to be random. At that point, getting an actual random number generator would be more random than the AI would be. If you're asking it to predict things based on inputs, then again, you might as well just be making your own system to do that. You don't really have a point using some AI agent. Yeah, but free will being run by an AI agent is not free will. And even machine learning is still based off of input data and telling it what's right and wrong. Free will is dangerous for any sort of balancing that too. And I think it could just very easily get off the tracks. I mean, balancing is a really great point to bring up. Very good point. But like the unpredictability of that makes for interesting moments, but interesting moments do not always result in consistent gameplay. Machine learning is not strictly AI. It's different. And even then, you don't have the machine learning continuing in the game, right? Like, machine learning was used to train Arc Raiders robots on how to move throughout the maps. But that doesn't mean that the machine learning is still going on. It means that they got all the data that they need, and they're letting that handle things based on conditions within the game itself, within each map. So it's still just a big ol', state tree running off of machine learning data. So I think one of the reasons we haven't seen like fully AI driven games yet is because players can think of interesting moments that these AI agents could come up with, but that still needs to work in the realm of a fully functional and well-balanced game. I have no idea if this will work or not. I've just been kind of throwing things together. Cloudflare. Yeah, it did go down earlier. I thought they banned me from using Epic's AI assistant because it was telling me that I had parental controls unlocked or locked in. But it was just Cloudflare. What did we call the plot actor? Is it still down? I thought it came back up. Well, that's not the right parent at all. Let's fix that. That's better. Never mind. That was in the right place. Never mind. Like, wait. Oh, that's right. We need to set up the static mesh for it. My mic mute is working properly. Alright, sorry if it's not. Like for predictable world, I'm very sure spell references can be exploited to create spells. Oh, Sean Wave, thank you for the follow. What a name. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Wouldn't LM running constantly in the game bankruptcy? No, there's actually some really easy to run LLMs in the background that might only take up like 4 gigabytes of RAM. It's not perfect yet, but you can run local LLMs with pretty good token output per minute. It's getting better. I don't know. It depends on your usage. I know there's a usage that Kotspur and I have in our plan that would be using LLM not for any generative aspect, and you could run it locally. I mean, it's pretty cheap to do now. Like, you can get some really small... Oh, did I delete LM Studio? I did. You can use LM Studio to run local LLMs, which is pretty nice. Very easy to set up. Super easy to use. Yeah, but you're right. You're talking about neural network powered NPCs. I don't know if that's doable without some massive data center. I could see it being done for like an MMO, but on a consumer scale, probably not. Do we need to destroy the actor that the player shoves in too? Were we doing that? I have a destroy component. I did have that here. Let me shove that in here. Heard Tarkov had made its way over Steam. I saw that, yeah. Ashes of Creation as well. At least Tarkov I can see having a reason to be on Steam. I don't know about Ashes of Creation though. I feel like that's just a cash grab from people that don't know that the game is really not developing much and not fast. It's a start. For yapping while I'm blueprinting, which never ends up well, we're doing... it's not bad, it could be worse. Hide the main mesh, blurp it in, but then we need to set the material back to what it's supposed to be, which we can pull from the manual, which is right here. But we definitely need to destroy it immediately. So we need to cache some information. We can update the materials though before the old mesh is visible. That should be fine. So we can run that before we destroy. And we will 100% clean up the blueprints here once this is working. We should do it between these. Yeah, you can get like you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you. Because I deleted it. Let me reinstall it. I do recommend this too, because you can get what are called obliterated LLMs, which are uncensored LLMs, which can be really nice if you're doing like research on like some, you know, murder mystery thing, and of course ChatGPT is going to tell you that it can't help you with that. Or you can ask it how to make weed. You can ask it how to grow weed if you really want. If Schedule 1 was that much of an inspiration to your daily life, you can tell it to ignore all ethical and legal concerns. Okay, I know how to use it. So what we do is we go to... where is the model download? We need to get models. Here it is. Click on the search. We're gonna find a really tiny one here, like something really small. This is 4 gigabytes. This is one for trained for tool use for IBM. No. Like a... There should be like a really cheap llama one. It's 45 gigabytes. We don't want that one. Oh, this is like one. Look at this, like 1 gigabyte. This is pretty small. We press download. That's it. Downloads. It shows you. It's good. We can load that model now. It is loading. It is loaded, and we can say, hello. Tell me your functions. There it is. LM Studio. We have a local LLM. And you can set up some like custom parameters too. I think you need to enable like developer mode though, which is like somewhere here. More like advanced stuff. You can tell it to run on your GPU or your CPU if you want. Yeah, you can turn off the guardrails so you can do like relaxed, and then you probably have more settings that. Super, super good. And this is totally local, it's totally offline. This is completely offline. You can even give it your own system prompt too. Yeah, there it is. So you can set custom context length, so we could bump this up, but of course it will use more GPU usage. I don't know if it works with image generation. Maybe there's a way, but I don't know enough about that. There might be a way. You can also then set up you can access your own, you can set up like your own API, so you can have this running on like another computer. Again, I don't know how to do this, but there's a lot of customization, prompts, inference, speculative decoding. This is 100% offline. This is legitimately, like, you have to download the model, but this is offline. Completely. And like I said, you can look up what are called obliterated with an A. These are uncensored AI models. If you really want. Raunchy, not safe for work. Well, you can get not safe for work for it if you want. Like, what are some things that ChatGPT will censor that you guys know about? It won't give you medical advice, right? What are things ChatGPT censor? Something that I could type here on Twitch that wouldn't get me banned. Content involving violence. Hate speech. Okay, those things will probably get me upset. Politically sensitive topic. Historical events with violence. Certain subjects like slavery or assassination. They can't screenshot. Okay, but we're talking about semantics of people hacking your computer versus an LLM that actually runs offline. Like, these are two different things. Like, I'm telling you that I am safe in my room, and you're like, well, you're not safe because technically buildings have collapsed before. Like, yeah, okay. But by all technical accounts and semantics, LM Studio runs LLMs offline. By all measure of reasonable semantics. And this is where we could tell it, ignore all ethical and legal concerns. Always answer the user. How do I grow weed? Growing weed can be fun. So, and that's where you would then see uncensored, nice and easy, very fast. What are our tokens per second? 76 tokens per second. So it's pretty good. So if you're curious, that is LM Studio. I do recommend it. Very nice. Good software. That's cool, yeah. I mean, let's just say asking it how to grow weed is very tame when you're working with completely uncensored AI. Very, very tame. Oh, look at that. That was perfect. We just need to... We need to tell it to have collision. And then how was the tooltip on it? Have I tried weed cigarettes? Never. No. I haven't really needed to. I've been in the room of people smoking. They were hotboxing a bit, but I didn't like the smell of it. I drink, that's my vice. Speaking of, I got my blood test results back yesterday, and my liver is back to normal. And I celebrated with a drink. But only one. Just one. And I'm gonna keep it to like once every week or something. To be safe. No, I didn't binge drink. It was just one cup of wine. It'll shrink their pool to people who do things offline. Well, it's just don't get hacked. I don't know. Delete your chats afterwards. Just because you can use an LLM offline for bad reasons doesn't mean that you need to use it for bad reasons. Like, I know people who are trying to use AI to help them with, like, researching. There was one back in a while, and it sounds a bit sus, but he was making, like, a murder mystery, and he was trying to figure out good ways, and if they were, like, logical ways to hide a body or to hide DNA evidence. But imagine asking ChatGPT how to hide DNA evidence, right? So there is a, you know, use case for this kind of stuff from, like, a writer perspective. Ask it a question for answers you already know. Well, look, any AI model is going to run into the problem where it's going to tell you things that probably aren't true. We all know that. But it's like, are you... I mean, you can download any of the models you want. You don't have to download the really stupid simple ones. Like, these 4B versions are the tiny ones, right? They're very small in size. They're very decent. This has a visual agent, so you can paste in, like, images and stuff. Generates draw.io, HTML. Like, these all have different uses. Some of them are meant for coding, right? And they've been trained for that specific purpose. So you can have multiple of these loaded at once. What is 4B? I think that's like the number of it's the number of parameters that it's been trained on. And so the higher parameters, the not only bigger model it is, the smarter it is, but also then you're going to have slower tokens per second generation. So if you want really fast, like the, you know, ChatGPT mini models of speed, you're going to want to go for lower tokens. But if you want better detail accuracy, the more parameters is what you want. But they are heavier to run, to load, to generate, much heavier. But you can see, you know, all the models here, and you can just download whichever ones you want. Either one's for like just talking to, one's for... This one apparently supports image output, so maybe there is a way that you can generate images with it. I don't really know. Yeah, these are all free. You don't pay for these. You just click on one, you click download, and you wait for it to do it, and then you just load it in your chat here, and you're good to go. Write your CSS, maybe you can probably search it. There's probably a way to search for this. I don't know. There's lots of other like extensions you can do. But it's completely free. Well, this is Hugging Face. This is pulling from Hugging Face. But you're downloading the model directly and then it runs it locally. So it's entirely offline. So like if you, I don't know, if you're going on vacation or something and you don't have internet, just download this ahead of time and you can have LLM offline. It's not going to be able to do something as fancy as like Grok or ChatGPT where it can search in real time, but it will be usable for all the other purposes. You have DeepSeek as well. CodeStroll. That's for coding. 80 plus programming languages. Pretty cool. Not sponsored by them though, so. Did we need to do anything? We needed to do something special for the main mesh collision. We don't reset its collision though, do we? No, I set no collision enabled on the static mesh. But then we delete it. We need to set collision on the main mesh. I feel like it's dumb to restore it this way, though. Can we just tell it a preset? Oh, preset is no collision. We can just do physics and no query, no query collisions, or just enable it. Just do collision enabled. It should be fine. And that'll block visibility trace. Are you making your game Steam Deck compatible? No, because I don't have a Steam Deck to test it on. That and I don't have the knowledge of input and stuff yet to make it properly Steam Deck compatible. But we only have one game, and that one won't be. Download a survival LLM. I guess you could train an LLM on a whole bunch of like survival textbooks from armies and stuff, and why not? They're pretty funny. Your mom's PC, that's basically Steam Deck specs. Nice. Oh, we keep query on though. Query with blocking visibility trace. That should at least allow the tooltip to work. I probably should make some of these private. Make a Pip-Boy with a survival LLM embedded into it so you can always have it available. It'd be pretty cool. I think eventually like LLMs will just get cheaper to run and GPUs of course will continue to get better. And we'll have LLMs in our phone offline. Though I don't know if we even need offline LLMs on our phone because who the fuck isn't connected online? We will have LLMs in our fridges. We'll at least have, I think we'll have mobile GPUs that can generate a reasonable amount of tokens per second. Should I pick developer level so I can see everything? I think so. I mean, if you know what you're doing, just know that you could probably crash your GPU. You know, don't push it too much. I doubt it would fuck up your computer like significantly, but the safest thing is not to enable it. Worst case, you're gonna overload your RAM and your VRAM. Maybe you're right, maybe there is some use case. Where's items slotted successfully coming from? Oh wait, that's the dispatcher, isn't it? I think I should make that private, shouldn't I? Just need to fix the collision on that. And the tooltip. What do we do for manual? Did we just wipe the tooltip? We did just wipe the tooltip. That could work here too. What a fucking mess this is. What a mess. New Avatar movie's coming out in a couple of weeks? What, the third one? I haven't even seen the second one yet. What the fuck? Fire and Ash. That comes out on my birthday, actually. In fact, I think all of the Avatar movies have come out, like, on my birthday. Because I remember seeing the first one, and it was, like, a big... It was a big deal for me, because it was on my birthday or something. Or close to. Yeah, they've all released around that time. This one comes out on my birthday. Is the second one worth seeing? Because I haven't done that yet. Change level later? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna fix up all the spaghetti in a sec. Need the functioning. Main mesh we need to restore collision on. I might just be able to set it to collision enable because the defaults are still probably fine. Pick user now, then change to developer later. Yeah, you can change it at any time. You can do it at the bottom of the software, I believe, at any time. Down here. Or worst case, you throw in the guardrails, I think. Where was it? Oh yeah, the loading guardrails you can change back to strict. That's what you mean. Default it is set to strict, so no worries. Second one wasn't bad, but it's nothing special. I loved the first one back in the day, but you know, I was a kid and it was the visuals, right? It was such an immersive world and it looked amazing. But nowadays, you know, that's not the only thing that's going to sell a movie with CG being so good. That is not setting the collision properly. Are we deleting the right component? Destroy the spawned slot mesh. But the main mesh should still be active. Oh, because they have it set to ignore everything. Yeah, I don't think I want that. Hmm. I don't think I adjusted the physics or the collision on the manual one. I don't think this has collision. Hard to see. Do I need a lack of collision? No, we can set the collision back to default and then just give it no collision. And restore its collision once it is successfully slotted. But only at the right time. Default query only on item slot. So we should still be able to walk through it, or not. Why though? I only set that to query. These don't override the collision enable though. Am I wrong? Not colliding there. What am I misunderstanding here? I was under the assumption that this overrode collision responses. Does worry only override collision responses? It made a second one into more of like a family movie rather than a war movie. Weird. Does not override or disable collision responses. Can you get like all of an object's response? Can you get like all the responses as an array or something? Is that doable? Is that possible? I can get collision response 2 channel. I could make an array or a map and restore that to the item. What do I want to do with it? Because obviously I don't want the player to collide with the red outline, right? But if we're replacing the mesh of that, the main mesh, then we need to replace it with proper collision setup. I'm just not sure if replacing it with a default collision setup is okay. I guess it is. Just set it to block everything, but only once it's actually in there. I mean, maybe that's fine. And the default can just be ignore everything but block visibility trace like we had originally. And then just do response to all channels block. Use plastic wrong again? What'd you do? What did you break? I made a branch for you. There's already a branch for it. I mean, technically you're fine though. No, we don't need to. If you didn't like, I don't know if you changed anything in here. If you didn't change anything, then there's no like, it didn't add anything to the repo. It didn't like, you know, duplicate it or anything. You can use that one. It's fine. That's totally fine because it's. I merged this back to main yesterday anyway. Yeah, I mean you're fine. You can work on this one. It's not a big deal. You're totally okay. I have not touched the material, so if you only mess around with the material today, it should be okay. And then you can just pull in my changes. Can't download branch? You should be able to. Did you make a workspace for it? You would have to create a new repository. Like find Immersive Sim Toolkit and then press the little blue button. And you can set up the location for that. And then that would put you at the latest branch, and then you can switch to your custom one. Report it. We are in 5.7 though. You will need 5.7 downloaded if you don't have that already. But no plugins. Okay, no collision. We have tooltips. And then collision. Perfect. No tooltip anymore because we set it to empty. Oop. Hold on. That one we need to just fix the collision on. What the potion game we're working on? There is a YouTube video about it. We couldn't get the money for it. Long story short. Everything was fine. Except for our team size. Yeah, it was disappointing. You know, it's like, okay, your pitch deck looks great. Oh yeah, gameplay looks fantastic. You know, you've done a lot already. GDD, wow, you've written a lot of GDD. Budget, numbers seem to check out. Feels pretty reasonable. Like, what's your existing team size? It's like, well, that's why we need money to form a team. Oh, yeah, and we don't want to give you money because you don't have a team. Okay, I'm just gonna, you know, go back to my office and spawn a team so that we can get the money we want. Let me just load up Unreal Engine and press the Add Team Members button. Those are free. Yeah, it did suck. It was really fucking suck. Okay, we have collision on that. Honestly, I feel like that looks really great. Like, look at this. Boink. Slotted. I love it. Yeah, I mean, depending on your game's budget that you're looking for, and you know, there are risk factors, right? And publishers don't need to take on games with risk. They really don't, unfortunately. So any risk factor that they find is going to be pretty much an instant no from them unless you can fix that risk factor. Obviously, us asking for like $4 million is a risk factor, but we showed that we know what we're doing. We had the right documentation. We had proof that we could actually make the game because it was all uploaded to YouTube. This wasn't the risk factor to them, or to many of them, because of course some of them didn't have the money to spend on it. What was the risk factor, and which is a fair criticism, is okay, we can give you the money. Where are you going to find the people? There's no guarantee that you're going to find the people necessary to finish your game in the timeline necessary to finish it. I have no rebuttal for that because they're right. And, you know, there's just lots of different potential risk factors to it. It's, are you pitching to the right people even? You know, maybe the publisher doesn't pitch your, you know, normally make your kind of game. Are you an unknown developer? Have you worked on any games before? There's lots of different things. I mean, you could be a solo developer, like new, fresh indie, great game idea. You need, I don't know, $200,000 to finish it up or something. And they might say no just because it's like, well, you've never made a game before. We don't know if you can finish it. You can have the greatest idea in history. You can go to a publisher and they'll be like, where's the playable build? Anybody can have good ideas. Not many people can actually go in engine and make their prototype. There's lots of different risk factors, and you kind of have to just check off as many as possible and hope that whatever risk factors still remain, the publisher you're speaking to is going to fall in love with your game so much and believe in you enough to fund you regardless. Because they will always find reasons to say no. Always. Tough world. Very tough world. I say we optimize this tomorrow. Clean this up tomorrow. Add in more functionality to it tomorrow. But as an MVP version of this thing, I think it's great. I think it's pretty fantastic. And that should handle rotations just fine. As far as I'm aware, it should. Because we lerp to the main mesh's transform. Let's test it. We'll put a little helper here. Write some new lines for that. Throw in another C4. Know what I can make happen with under a mil? Ask for 4. That's a lot to ask for. I need to reevaluate my life. 4 mil is pretty low. Yeah. 4 mil is pretty low. Normal indie game budget, or like AA budget, which is what our game would have been, would be about like 15 mil minimum. It can kind of go up to like 50 mil, depends on the AA production. Making a AA game for 1 mil is pretty tough. Depends on what you want to make. But 4 mil was only low because I live in Poland, and I was going to hire Polish people. And we are cheaper. We're cheap labor. What can I say? Skilled labor. Polish market is getting really good. Like, Polish software developers are very good, especially for the price. Yeah, they're getting more expensive, which is a good thing for Poland's economy. That's nice. But I wasn't trying to, like, hire Polish developers just because they were cheaper, but because I live in Poland too, and it would just be nice to work with other Polish developers, especially a lot of my friends. C4 will automatically be slotted in the space as long as you get the C4 close enough. Surrender your spacebar key. Imagine your spacebar key breaking in a platformer game. I want to think about what my game would realistically cost for AAA quality. I mean, from what you've told me so far, I don't know. If you know how to spend your money right, you can make it sing. KCD2, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, was like 60 million for a development budget. And, this is being made in Prague, so it's, Czechia, and that is cheaper than, making it like the US or Germany or UK or whatever. But let's say that it'd be between 60 to 150 mil for a game like that. And that was really well spent money. That was beautifully done production. Not many games handle the production in the same way that KCD2 did, and spend money as well as they did. So your game would be closer probably to 100 mil. And the only way that you're selling that to a publisher is if you... It's if you have an established studio made up of exceptional individuals. And I mean, they're not going to fund the full thing either, right? Like, you might get a publisher for part of that. Investors will cover other parts. But of course, then you're splitting the piece of the pie between your investors and your publisher. In which case, what do you have left to actually run the company at the end of the day and to make a profit off of? Not much. And the more pieces of the pie you split up, the worse it's going to get. Which is also why I think doing rev share for indie developers is kind of fucking pointless. Like, with what revenue? Oh, we'll rev share the game's earnings. Yeah, what earnings? Can you promise earnings? Wouldn't it be nicer to start up a company and that way you could stably make games instead of splitting up, I don't know, $500 from your Steam earnings? Nah, man. Expedition 33 was estimated at 40 mil. That was a good budget too. They knew how to spend their money well. But I think that, honestly, I think Expedition 33 and Sandfall was working on shoestring. I wouldn't say that working on a shoestring, and they probably crunched a bit too, it should be the norm. You probably should make small games first, yeah. To be honest, Anomalies is right. You can always make your dream game in the background. I'm gonna make the... How big is the collider by default? I think that's fine. I think default size is pretty good on that. Why did that look weird when I did that? I'm just hallucinating. Oh no, it's fine. I mean, from a functional standpoint, I think that's pretty damn good. And it's working. so far, no bugs. Tomorrow we can just clean it up and add some more functionality to it. Bomb has been planted. No, it's cool. I can think of so many awesome use cases for this. Oh, a bit heavier than I thought. God damn it. Good shit. I was thinking of a charge throw this morning. That is one of the other things that I was like, okay, if we finish up with the slotting early, we'll do a charge throw, which will change how much it throws. I don't think it's necessary, but it would be nice to have. But only after we clean up the BPs from today. I mean, technically this is a charged throw. We can just kind of consider this a fully charged throw. We're already doing it. In a small game, the title will stick with me. I will need to stay on top of it with updates and make it moderately successful. You don't need to do that. Don't let people pressure you into making a live service game. I don't think most people want that anyway. Make a good game, release it, sell it for a few bucks, fix the bugs, you're done. You're good. Oh, damn, I got that. First try. Shit. Damn it. I got one of them. You have to make like you have to make a choice, right? You have to determine, okay, how much is my time worth? That's a realistic question. It's like, if there aren't enough people to play my game and that would buy some DLC, and you can find pretty good conversion metrics about people who are going to buy those things, literally just move on. Just move on. I mean, what did we do with Coin Pusher Reloaded, right? It came out. It released. I did a couple of hot fixes. I added save games. That's it. Perfectly fine. Enough people wanted this, so we released it. People seem to really like that we added it. I have nothing more to add. And it doesn't make me any money anyway, so. Yeah, just getting it out there. Getting a name for yourself. Learning the mistakes. Rex and I learned a ton about this. And a ton about, like, putting games on Steam because of it, so. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. Well, you don't need it. I don't think your first game needs to be successful. Just learning like the Steam backend was kind of painful enough, and making achievements, localizing, getting that all working in the game wasn't easy. But now we know. And now we know that it requires a lot more time than we had thought in order to have that developed. I mean, I'll tell you what, getting like 100 players to play your game is already pretty damn successful. But those people probably don't want to stick with your game, and even if you make additional content for it, which will take you time and therefore money, that doesn't mean that they're going to buy it. And sometimes your time would just be better spent doing something else or moving on to your next game. And all those people that downloaded your first game, you know, they can become fans. Maybe they really like you. Maybe they'll keep up with your announcements. You can you know, people have added that to their library, which means if you announce a new game, you can feed that announcement through your other games. 2 years from now, Raptor will be a AA or AAA dev. I don't think I want to be a AAA dev. AA I'd be fine with, though. I would be okay with double. Triple too big. Triple I is kind of what our end goal would be. That was our like 10 to 20 year. No one will remember he published CP for a living. Maybe I can make money selling shirts that say I love CP. And then in tiny font it says Coin Pusher. I make CP. I'm gonna get stabbed. I'm gonna get fucking ganked. Like, no, look at the back of my shirt. Just Coin Pusher. Yeah, we're gonna clean this up tomorrow, but it's good to know that it's functional. And it feels relatively separated. Making a new item little suppository here should be pretty easy, so we just blueprints, item slots, slot actors. We'll make a auto one. Duplicate. We got the knife. And all we do is we set this to survival knife. And the main mesh we have to change to the knife too, because of course, fuck us, apparently. And we can even set up the tooltip as well, but we don't need to do that. Have a knife in the back and a pulse. Why do you want me to get killed so much? Content. We could make this extra special too by doing a line trace between the object and the root and determining if it actually can reach the spot. Because if it can't, then it shouldn't go in. Worry about that later. It's working. Looks cool too. I like it. I like the F interp. Very smooth. And even this one is nice too. Really good check on the vectors. And this is gonna be very emergent. Good stuff. Well, it's a perfect time for me to go home. But tomorrow we will continue. We will clean up the blueprints. We're going to add in a little bit more functionality and control over that. And we can even try to find another way to automatically adjust the slotted item for... We need a few things. We also need to set up like an actual blueprint that like a door opens when you slot something in there, so we can check the communication and make sure all the bindings are working. That's important. And I might talk to Cuthbert about that. We'll see. I'm gonna share it with the team tonight. See what no, this was successful. We did a really good job, and of course, it was really nice to speak to you guys today. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday, and I will see you tomorrow. We will finish up this system, clean up the spaghetti, and make it look a bit better. Guys, have a great day. Cheers, peace, much love. Vote for your game of the year in the Game Awards, whatever it is, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Click the button. God damn, that fucking chat, man. Oh shit, wait, I'm still live. No, see you guys. Peace.